Twitch, YouTube, it is I, VannKraken. Welcome to Aeternum Academy. I'm a new world veteran for the last 11 going on 12 months. I didn't quite make the alpha and beta testing period or the initial launch for this game right off the bat. Sorry, I got to talk over my start screen. So out of practice on the stream fundamentals, you guys. You can stare at your streaming software for as long as you want, and at some point you have to just press the go live button. So we're cleaning up hopefully some microphone issues. If you guys hear any reverb like last stream, let me know. I think we fixed what the source issue was on that. And as I was saying, we've been playing this kooky game, New World, for almost a year. And we've seen some really high highs and some low lows in this game. When I first started, it was super busy. In the doldrums about 4 or 5 months ago, maybe 6 months ago, this game had a concurrent population of only about 15,000 people at this time of night when I normally play, about 10 o'clock Mountain Time, 9 o'clock, 9:30 Pacific Time in the US. Should say that since on our old stream where I did World of Warships mostly, we had people from all over the world tune in, which has been really, really fun and why I miss streaming, one big part of it. But right now, if we check in on the concurrence, we've got 73,000 people worldwide playing New World, when at this time of night we would have 15 or 20. So I'm super jacked. I'm just standing at the locker here where I finished the last stream. We're going to get into doing our housekeeping and pick up kind of where we left off. And there's people running all over the place, playing music, which is one of the new trade skills. It's been really, really cool to see the upswing in the game. So just want to give you 2 seconds of quick background on this stream. I love sharing the lore of this game. The original company I ran with was called the Lore Seekers. Unfortunately, they disbanded when the guys who did the content creation for it saw the game go through its tough, rough patch. Still run with some of the friends from that company. That company was really focused on the story behind the game, and there is a story, guys. It's hidden in all the lore pages originally, but now there's some cutscenes. There's some voiceovers, there's better character dynamics and quest flow to kind of get you into the spirit of what corruption is, what the lost are, the withered, so to speak, the kind of zombie dudes you run into. 2 kinds of zombies in this game, corrupted and lost/withered. There are some cool underpinning story arcs and lore to this game, but a lot of people never really noticed it because they just focus simply on not reading the lore notes and questing. They did questing and nothing else. So there's lore in this game. I love to share tips and tricks. That's what I focused on when I stream World of Warships, and been playing this game in its stead for the last 11 months. And I'll be focusing on helping you use your time efficiently in New World, quest efficiently, and at endgame, build your character up once you hit level 60 to what we call in the expertise system to a level 625 character, which is max level. So I really personally avoid being sweaty at all on stream or getting frustrated. I will start out doing a lot of PVE as we work through the initial streams and build up our new character, which we just launched on this Fresh Start Server Yonas in US West in the last stream. But as we get to higher levels, we will do PvP, and PvP was my old game 24/7 that I played before this. So I'm not sweaty, I'm not great at it, but I will jump in and show you guys the ropes from my perspective of what I've learned, and hopefully you'll enjoy all aspects of this game. It's got PvE, player versus environment, it's got player versus player, it's got a really cool crafting system, fun stuff you can do, better played with friends or in a company. I'm not currently running with a company because people have just moved based on the new server architecture changes. But it's a really, really fun game with lots to do. So I hope to help all of you enjoy this game to its fullest, as we tried to do with our last. Moist Dumplings, hey, I feel bad because I owed you a message back from a Twitch Whisper perspective, and I was hoping you would wander by. If I didn't see you in chat, I was going to send you a message, text message on Twitch Whisper. But hey, hope you're doing well. Sorry I fell off the face of the earth. Got a little overwhelmed with just the number of balls I was trying to keep in the air from a juggling perspective, working, coaching soccer as a second job, and then trying to do content creation really competitively, which is what I do. I don't do things typically halfway, and it got to be a lot, and just basically needed a break. I took a long break. Moist, I haven't played Warships but maybe 3 games on Legends, which is the console version, for the 11 months I've been gone. So we may do some World of Warship streams as well. I've kept that branding. I would love to get back into playing a little bit, but it's not going to be as intense, and I'm going to try not to burn myself out the way I did last time. But that was a 6-year experience mainly playing one game, so I'd really like to focus and learn as much as I can about what I'm playing. So anyways, hope you're doing well. Tell me what's going on with you. Everything's fine family-wise. My kids are 15 and 17 now. My 2 girls are doing great. School stuff going on. They're both still in soccer. Our work is busy, doing well given all that's going on in the economy. My wife and I own our own business, but we can't complain. We've been happy, healthy, dealing with the day-to-day life issues that everyone deals with, and I just had a little bit of a minor exhaustion period, honestly. Try to get back to Legends, because there are cross-platform divisions in Legends. Very cool. That's so basically you can div up with people between PlayStation and Xbox, and that's actually an architecture that was really important to help the whole community in World of Warships on console play together. This game, New World, has an issue in that people can't really link up across servers. They're very small servers, only 2,500 players per server, and you can't jump in PVE or PvP activities like dungeons / expeditions, as we call them here, or Outpost Rush, which is the 40 versus 40 game mode. That's the main PvP mode that people play, or 3v3 arenas. It's all contained within your server, so if people aren't playing, it's dead. If they could go cross-server, cross-platform, like Moist just said about World of Warships, we could have PvP popping constantly, even on smaller servers in New World. So that's a really important thing that hopefully Amazon Game Studios works on, is to get cross-server instances more prevalent in this game, or at least to be something that comes along in the future if it's not happening tomorrow. So yeah, Moist, I hope to jump back in at some point. We're going to do housekeeping and chat while we go along. Grand Admiral Nimitz, what's up, man? How are you? Good to see you as well. It's been a while. I missed you guys. I'm playing a different game, which you'll see. I don't know what your guys' status is currently, if you have a PC or if you just do console stuff. This is PC-based. There's no console version, though it's been teased that maybe Amazon is going to work on a console version of this game, and Elder Scrolls Online would be the closest equivalent to this that has an Xbox version. I believe those people play in the same environment as the PC players. That would be really, really fun. So yeah, Moist and Nimitz, I'll try to keep the communications as clean as I can as far as what I'm playing New World versus World of Warships. It's just I'm trying to get back into the swing of my software, and things have changed. My mic was completely dorked up last stream because firmware was not getting along with stream settings. I actually bought a RTX 3080. Who knows, maybe my last NVIDIA card, based on what's happening in the graphics card market with insane prices on the new high-end cards. The launch that was announced from Radeon, old style Radeon from AMD, looked pretty good yesterday at a lot less money than a NVIDIA card. So anyway, I'm dealing with new hardware, basically kind of redid the guts of my computer, trying to get my software back up and running, and trying to get into the pressing the right buttons and talking at the right time, getting all my levels and stuff set properly. So if anything sounds out of whack, let me know, you guys. Don't have to hang if you don't want to, if this doesn't interest you, but I 1,000,000% appreciate you even just poking your head in and saying hello. Yeah, I thought I know you had done a name change, right? So, anyway, yeah, because Nimitz, you are Moist, right? You're jumping platforms probably. I'm probably seeing you between the two, because I'm trying to stream to YouTube and Twitch consecutively, which I did before. I'm not an affiliate on Twitch because I don't want you guys to have to see ads, and I don't do this for a living. I do this for fun and to help people learn about these games and get excited about what I'm excited about. So anyway, hey, we're at the locker. We finished up some questing last night, came back to town. This is where we ended up. I'm going to get rid of all the stuff that I'm not going to use right now. I'm not going to throw that into my locker, though we've hardly used any space in our locker, only 57 pounds out of 1,050. But anything that's a green weapon, after this very initial period, we're really not going to use a whole lot of it. That's a green, kind of uncommon weapon. We're not going to use weapon types that I don't like to play. And that's going to be a focus tonight, is talking a little bit about the different weapons, talking about getting some PVE principles with regard to combat. Yeah, I know you did, man. And I'm just trying to keep everyone's name straight, you guys. From, again, it's been almost a year. It's absolutely nuts. But I definitely remember playing with you guys. It was almost a year and a half, right, that I was streaming. So, yes. Tell me if I speak wrongly, and let me know. Correct me. I won't feel embarrassed about being corrected. You're level 8 now in Legends. That's awesome. New update comes out on Monday. Okay, cool. I did think I might jump in and go for the Musashi campaign, but kind of decided after 2 games of really bad teams, I couldn't hack it. I couldn't handle it. It was not going very well. All right, guys. So, hey, every time we come back and clean the cupboard, so to speak, we're going to look about what we can upgrade. So we're going to try to upgrade any armor pieces we can. And I like to run at a medium armor weight for PvE, which is less than 23 pounds. So less than 13 is light. That allows us to roll and be really mobile. Between 13 and 23, we can do a hop. And over 23 pounds, we can only really do a step because we weigh too much to be nimble. So I can actually have a medium chest or a heavy chest, a heavy head, and then light or medium pants, depending on whether I'm carrying a shield or not, and be in this medium bucket between 13 and 23 pounds. So the heavier the armor pieces we can wear within a score are going to dictate how much protection we have. So if you look at our comparison here, Knight's Halberd versus Eddie's Coat, if I upgrade to this heavy chest wear, I'm going to go to 225 armor rating over 70. And we're going to get a buff on each of those to our Constitution or Dexterity. I'm going to go ahead and upgrade to the heavy armor, which is going to put us overweight. So let's play around with this. Let's see. We may see if we can keep sword and shield. We may see if we can actually change here to lighter gloves. We can't. So for right now, we're going to stick with what we've got until we get a little more of assortment of gear to choose from. All this other stuff we're just going to dump in the locker for right now that we're not using. Ingredients, craft mods, just keeping the weapons we might use while we're out running around. And that's mainly right now going to be hatchet and sword and shield and great sword. We're going to buy a great sword probably before we head out of town. And we have some quests to turn in. So we're going to run around to the different green arrows here we have in town, turn in our quests. And then I think we did make it a goal when we signed off on the last stream that we were going to try to grab a great sword, because that is what I'm going to level with. I'm going to show you guys basics of PvE using most likely a combination of spear and great sword tonight. Turn that in. We got some boots. This isn't illuminated, so is the conversation window, so it just says leave. So we have nothing else to get from her from a quest perspective. She's got nothing else to give right now. This New World crossplay between Xbox and PlayStation or no. It's currently not moist between console and PC, but they have teased that they may be working on a console version. Which could obviously increase their population a lot. So they have talked about it, or it's leaked a little bit, but no formal announcement on that. And if they do it right, they'll do it the way that I believe Elder Scrolls Online is set up, that it is a cross-play situation between the console and the PC players. I may be wrong on that because I've only dabbled in it a teeny bit on Xbox. The game structure of this is a little similar to something like Skyrim, which turned into Elder Scrolls Online. Questing, a lot of combat, player versus player, player versus environment, crafting, all kinds of different things. Alright, so then the Acting Knight Regent here.
somehow related to the tablet.
It's basically sending us back out to work on investigating what's going on with some strange zombie phenomenon out in this Monarch's Bluff territory. Okay, we just got a level bump. I'm trying to isolate where these lost are coming from. So we're just going to try to paraphrase these quests.
Geezer insists this tablet was not buried at the mine. But please exercise discretion in speaking of these matters.
Okay, this quest is going to give us access to some pants, which may help us do some of the upgrades we were trying to do, but weren't within weight of medium range armor. Soccer's going pretty good, Moist, but I'm not coaching this year anymore. I've moved on. I'm just watching my kids play. My oldest daughter, it's going to be her last season of club soccer. My younger is now a sophomore in high school, and she's kicking butt, doing really, really well. So I want to watch her play. I've spent so many days on the weekends missing my kids playing by coaching other people's kids. So turning over a new leaf and trying to focus on my own, but it's going well. We've been watching a ton of soccer at home and going to a lot of games. I just don't have the responsibility of coaching, which is kind of nice. Though I do miss it, but it was probably a 30 to 40 hour a week time commitment. Hey, we're going to, while we go along here, turn in quests, get new quests, talk about how to maximize our leveling as quickly as possible. We just hit level 15 just by turning in that last quest or two here while we started up. We're back at what's called the town boards. We're going to try to grab some town board quests, the main story quests we just picked back up, and some side quests before we head out of town, so we can be earning XP on our character basically from 3 different sources at one time. So we're going to complete this. We harvested some fibers. Actually, we can go ahead and take that again. We can take as many of these as we want and just carry them around with us, and then turn them in when they're completed. We just won't be able to display them all on our screen. We'll be able to view them here in our journal. This relatively long list of stuff down here is all of our town board projects, which are mini quests that help build up the stations and the protection of the town against something called invasions, which we can talk about as we progress. That's a PVE endgame mode where you fight hordes and waves of enemies attacking the bastion or protective castle of this territory. Our side stories that we have pinned here, we have 2 now. Number 2 and number 3, and then we just picked up a main story quest. So this number 2 actually is still a quest ongoing that we can work on in town. Always going to take storage when I can get storage. Let's just head back downstairs. So yeah, busy personal life stuff going on, but not as busy as before, Moist, just because, frankly, I couldn't handle and juggle everything and do the best job I could do on everything at the same time. This last quest while we were out on the last stream had us gather some stuff, had us gather some rawhide, mine some rock, and chop some wood so we could come back here and refine it. So gathering is the first step in crafting. The second is to come to these crafting stations. This is the tannery, and basically work on upgrading these materials into higher and higher refined levels, and then ultimately being able to craft weapons, armor, household goods, trophies that enhance buffs that can be placed on your character, all kinds of stuff. So we're just going to use the slider to convert this rawhide into coarse leather. We're going to get experience as we do that. So we had 0 leather working, and now we jumped all the way to level 9. These skills are going to go from a range of 0 to 200 to max out, and then you have some rewards beyond 200 on a continuous basis called aptitude chests, which we'll talk about. Yeah, there's just too much going on, Moist, like constantly, right? For me, grab this page, lore page. This is what I said at the beginning, that people didn't stop and read all these, and because we're on stream, I'm not gonna go through all the details with you guys of the lore. We may do some streams where we catch up on that kind of from an overview perspective, but we want to stay on task here with questing and getting to some combat principles. This is the guy who's having us run around and craft this stuff. His arrow should go solid green when we're done here, I think. Second table, there's multiple crafting stations in a town, 5 or 6. This is stone cutting, so we're basically going to take the stone fragments we mined and turn them into blocks. And then lastly, we're going to run over here and we're going to refine some chopped wood into timber. Timber is the first step of wood refining from young wood, which is the only thing we can chop at our low level. We need to build up our logging skill to chop the second type of wood, which is called aged wood. No puns or jokes when wood comes into play. We'll skip right over that. Dad jokes on this channel are free, maybe some sound effects at some point. We need to get back to working on our buttons. Feeling comfortable with that first. All right, so Semal. Okay, we did the 3 things he wanted us to do was go mine and chop and kill some critters to get their hide, refine that, and now come back and give him some supplies for the town.
Exactly what I needed.
So he's going to give us some gathering gloves. There's not only armor that protects us in combat and enhances our survivability and weapon potency, there's also things to wear that enhance your ability to gather or to craft. And he just gave us some gathering gloves. So let's see if he gives us another quest. He's got another quest available, so we'll go ahead and take it.
You could be knight material.
He wants to have us try to make a sword.
I'm sure that once I teach you to make a sword.
So this is going to be the next step. After we've gathered and then we've refined, then we actually try to craft. So we're going to create an item. So let's open this. I think we can open that. Hopefully that wasn't a mistake. It was a quest item. It wouldn't allow us to open it, I don't think, if we weren't supposed to. We need to go to the forge. Everything is so tiny in this town. I'm used to nice built-up stations. Everything's so small because these have to be built up by the players. Us doing these activities in the town and working on those town board quests gives points to the town that builds up these stations from level 1 through to level 5. All right. He had us gather and refine. Now he's asking us to craft. So he wants us to craft this iron longsword because that's what's lit up here with a quest icon on it. We need some iron ingots though. Okay. That's something that we are lacking, but that box had some iron in it. And look, our quest icon is lit up over the smelter now. Quests have training wheels. Everywhere you need to go is going to have a marker on it and kind of direct you through the process. So he gave us some iron to make iron ore, raw ore, into iron ingots, which is the first level of refinement. Now, got from 0 to 10 in smelting. We talked about this briefly, but if I hit K for my character screen, oh, we can do some, let's upgrade our attributes based on that level bump. Going to increase our strength, our dexterity, and our constitution. Just our health. And then we can track the progress of all these trade skills we're working on here. So crafting is the end game. It's making finished goods, essentially. Basic gathering is here, going out into the world and logging, mining, harvesting, tracking and skinning, fishing. Casual's playing music, and we'll get to that in the quest line in probably a stream or two. And then here's our refinings. That's our intermediate steps. It's making leather products out of hide and making planks out of wood. All right, so we're going to run back to this puny tiny forge, which is now lit up with a 3 over it, so it shows that we're ready. And now we have all of our materials to craft long swords because it's giving us the ability to make 5 of them. So what the hey, let's make 5 because each one of us is going to give us 726 points of weaponsmithing. Here's our 5 that we crafted. We can choose to keep them or just recycle them, salvage them essentially. If it's not a good quality one, we're just going to immediately kill it And it will turn into repair parts and an iron ingot. It'll return that to our inventory when we break it down, so to speak. That's actually got a decent perk on it, and a strength and dex. Decent perk. No perk, just characteristics or attributes, so we'll delete that guy. No perk on that guy. So these two are the best. They have the highest rating, 205, 204. Shirking Abyss. Let's keep that one. We're gonna exit the station. Moist, I've been playing this from like, this is the reason really why I quit playing Warships. I saw another World of Warships streamer on the PC side playing this because he got really upset with all the stuff that was happening a year ago with World of Warships PC, the big blow up between the streamers and content creators and wargaming. And New World was just releasing at that time, like 12 months ago, about a week ago. And I watched him play this for about 3 weeks. And then on the 4th week, I signed up and I bought a copy. And then the rest was history. So I kind of got tired. I logged off of streaming. I started playing this game and kind of didn't so much look back. Well, I have. I've looked over my shoulder going, ugh, I wonder how you guys are. I wonder what's going on in the game. And I have kept tabs on it through Twitter and social media, but I've only jumped into the game twice. Played a couple games, had completely crappy teams. It's all PvP that most of us on Warships play. And I had really crummy teams that made really bad decisions. And I'm like, I just can't hack this right now. I'm not having fun. In a game like this, you can do exactly what you want to do every day. You can PvP, you can PvE, you can craft, you can just chill, you can run around, do different activities, you can run dungeons. So it's, to me, it's like, it's self-driven. It's not, your fun isn't dependent on all the people on your team in every game. And you're right, I could have stayed in contact on Discord, and I've been bad about that. But you got to realize I'm also not so much the social media generation personally, and I will try to get back out and get that revived, but I haven't touched it, to be honest with you, dude. And I feel bad, but it's just kind of a fact that I fell off on that, and I just needed to clear my brain a bit. So, but you're one of the people that I missed for sure. Kennedy checked in last stream, a couple other folks, Monk, so appreciate the visits. And again, nothing personal, it's all me. I don't talk well on the phone with people either, so I go big gaps without seeing or talking to family members. It's nothing to do with you guys, it's on me, so feel bad about that. All right, but to not so much belabor the past, he liked the sword that we made. So we're going to complete this quest. He's going to give us some more crafting supplies.
I'll tell you stories of the hiking.
Oh, dude, Moist, no problem. No problem. I only streamed for a little while. It's just getting my feet wet again. So it's going to be a while before I feel comfortable managing all the stream stuff too. So again, but anyway, hey, thank you for coming by at all. Totally appreciate it. All right. So he gave us another quest. It looks like we've got someone else to talk to in town before we head out. We've got one quest out of town, one that's still working in town. So probably wants us to go up and talk to like the regent or the town governor. No, he's not the governor. He's the acting political head. Let's see here. Our quest marker's up at the top of the screen. It's going to give us a direction and distance on that compass. Where is that taking us? Not taking us to the town board, is it? I guess it did. He just wanted us to check the town board. So the quests are going to build in activities that lead you around to the different things to do in the game if you've never played before. So essentially it led us to this other source of stuff that we can do, which we've already kind of talked about, combining these quests with the side quests and the main story quest. You got a lot of wind in your area? Yeah, we are getting our first storm. You're Florida, right? We're getting our first storm, actually a little bit of snow and sleet, very early for us. Very early for us. Crazy ass weather. Okay. You know what? Oh, okay. We gotta go and talk to this guy for the main story quest. Lady in the castle area is bouncing us back here. Are they upstairs now? Characters move around. They never used to do this. They all used to stay in one spot, and you just kept running back to the same spot to talk to them. All right. That's right. He wanted us to talk to young geezer. Oxymoron, eh?
Covered these fragments from the mine. I am very excited to
These fragments are part of a tablet we found in a mine that we raided in the last stream. And the thought is that these tablets basically contribute to the locals becoming in this zombified lost state. Parts of an altar. Minister Lochner seems to be evasive about what's going on with these tablets and these altars.
Yes, you can go. Start with Caladan.
So we're kind of bouncing between these two NPCs who want to investigate, but maybe one of them wants us to investigate, maybe one of them doesn't want us to investigate what's going on. Oh, you're in Washington. Okay. I'm thinking Moist maybe's Florida. Hey, oh, you talked to Dark? Yeah, I gotta pop in and see John as well. Very much so. Yeah, Washington. I'm Idaho, so if you remember. So, yeah, we're getting, I think, the bottom end of what you're getting.
On an errand even now, I presume.
I'm going to Phoenix for soccer next weekend, but there is Washington trips coming up again for us too. Washington, Oregon, we have to play a lot of our games for my younger daughter in those two locations because they don't want to travel to Idaho. We have to travel to them all the time. They've got the good life. We're the small fish in the bigger pond. All right, so this guy's investigating why we're going on an errand.
Should not be conducting affairs she can't reveal to her people. Wouldn't you agree?
It's just political intrigue going on between these characters.
I simply wish to convey any pressing matters to the true heir when he arrives.
And this guy's talking about this true heir, which is Sir Gawain, which is kind of connected to Arthurian lore, which is why they redid this town as a castle. All right. Here is our next questing area. It's out where this fast travel is. If we had this fast travel lit up, we could just zip over here like this one, but we have to run to it the first time we go there to activate it. So, oh, let's do one last thing. Let's go buy a greatsword before we head out. I want to get to leveling the greatsword. It's my favorite weapon right now, besides spear, which is what I've played for a long time. How much gold do we have? We have 877 gold. Not a ton, but possibly enough to get something. This game is... Okay, Moist, you are Florida. In 70s. Yeah. I did make it to Florida last Christmas to Disney World, and it was like 85 degrees, 90 degrees. It was crazy hot. So you're warm, we're cold. Yeah, Nimitz has the howling winds. It's been windy. We're losing a lot of leaves on our trees and stuff right now. So I'm going to be having fun cleaning all that stuff up over the next probably 2 to 3 weeks is when they really start coming down. And we have bigger, older trees now, so it is a lot of work. Okay. There's different sections in the TP or trading post, weapon-wise, one-handed weapons, two-handed weapons, shields, and magical. I'm not going to so much dabble in magical weapons for a while. We're going to talk about them in principle, but I'm not going to run them. Personally, I'm going to stick with a couple so we can get those leveled up to hopefully at least 10 points so we have some good go-to weapons when we start getting into higher tier areas and facing stronger enemies. So the greatsword is going to be under the two-handed weapons, and I'm going to click can equip. That means I'm only picking a sword that is of the level I can wield. If you look down the lower part of that box that I just popped up, it'll say level, and that's the level you have to be able to use this item. And I'm going to sort by price. 200 gold for a low level sword is an absolute joke. So we're just going to get something that has dex and strength on it, because those are the two drivers that make this weapon powerful. I don't want constitution or anything else on it. I want strength and or dex. You know what? That's 100 gold is a lot. The cheapest one is 95. Highway robbers. We'll probably get one out of the first chest that we delve into. So let's... This one could be useful because it's got Ancient Bane on it, which means it'll whack down Ancients a little better, which is a certain type of enemies that we're going to face in this quest line. So let's go ahead and buy this. It's way more money than we want to spend right now, but I'm impatient on getting a great sword. All right, so we are going to unsheath or sheath and dismount our long sword. And actually, the one we crafted is better than the one we had. So we're going to hit the L key and left-click this and lock it. I'm going to unlock this one, and we're going to say goodbye to the one we were using. We're going to lock this stupidly expensive longsword we just bought. Great sword, sorry. And we're going to equip it. Let's go ahead and open this. It's just some various supplies we got as a reward. Okay, and we got a couple jewelry pieces. So these are amulets, which are going to slot into our first jewelry slot. These are pretty equivalent. So we're going to stick with the one right now that gives us some more health. We are going to lock stuff we don't want to throw on the ground by accident. So that's all this stuff. Medium footwear with 4 con, 3 strength. Let's see if we can swap that out. That is better than what we have. We're staying medium armor rating, which is good. Let's delete these. All right, we're ready to roll. I don't know how you handle the Florida humidity. I try to handle it for the week or 9 days that I'm in Disney World when we go. I'm kind of almost used to it by the end. Yeah, this is the great sword. It's the first. Well, we could look at kind of what was the first. I don't want to say cartoony. Some people say a little anime, but the Warhammers are large. And this is a goofy one because it's the first one you get off a quest line, and it's a ship's anchor because you get it off a pirate. There's all kinds of different Warhammers. They're pretty damn big. They're bigger than what a Warhammer would be in real life. The normal sword and shield is quite what you'd expect, as is the spear, right? But the greatsword is crazy big, and I was kind of against that when I hadn't been on the... We have basically a PTR on this game, like a server where they introduce changes before they go live, a test server. And I thought this thing was way too big, looked goofy, because most of the other weapons are pretty much what you'd expect size-wise. But it's so freaking fun. And the sound effects in this game are insanely good, so wielding it just feels good. All right. Missed the California dry heat. Yeah, I mean, I'm from Southern California, so it wasn't super dry heat, but it definitely wasn't really humid. You know, we were pretty close to the water, but it was not humid. Unless you were right next to the beach, and then that always kept it cool enough that you weren't subjected to the Florida temperatures by the water. California was never that hot, except in really rare instances. All right. So we are literally at 0 on our weapon mastery for greatsword. Spear, we've been able to round out 3 abilities. So this is going to be the key to building up our gear for PvE, and ultimately we'll use these weapons or some combination in PvP as well. But we have our abilities, which are these boxes, and then everything else is a perk that contributes to the effectiveness of the abilities. So on Spear, I like Perforate, which is a quick 3 strikes. Skewer, which is a jumping impale sort of move with a lot of force behind it, which causes bleed. And then you've got Vault Kick, which is really fun. It's looks like a pole dance move, but it stuns enemies. In combination, Spear is really powerful because you can almost cycle these abilities continuously once you get a full 20 points. We have 3 on spear. You can get 20 and round out all these skills, and these weapons become more and more powerful. They do have a blunderbuss. Admiral, yes, that's one of the latest additions to the game. I don't have one in inventory yet. Shotgun. So different abilities here, like a shrapnel blast with a bomb in the middle. You have grenade launchers, splitting grenades or mortar style grenade launcher, a blast shot which knocks people back or critters back, mobs back, a net shot which traps and slows them. This was the second firearm. The original was the musket, which is the only hit scan weapon in the game. The person who implemented musket in New World came actually from Call of Duty, I believe. So this is the closest to the people that come from first-person shooter backgrounds. Some of them are absolutely killer with the musket in the Outpost Rush game mode, which is the PvP 30 versus or 40 versus 40 mode. It'll trip at 30 versus 30 or even lower. But it's meant to be a 40 versus 40 game mode. So as we go along, we're going to try to raid as many of these supply boxes as we can, because they're going to give us raw materials for crafting. The higher tier ones are going to give us weapons or armor. They're going to give us music, which right now we're not going to talk about music. We're just going to see if we can learn the pages, which means we don't have that page yet. We've never picked it up. Once we learn it, it disappears and it gets added to our list of songs that we can play. But we're not going to get access to instruments until a little bit later in the quest line. I'm going to throw a few of these on our heads up so we can see that we know we need to acquire fibers from hemp if we find them. We only need to pick up some rocks at night to get some night crawlers. And then we'll say cull links, because I know there's going to be links in the area that we're going. Let's see if we can find a piece of flint. Flint shad. That's glowworm. We want night crawlers. Some things are triggered to time of day. So if you pick up a rock during the day, it'll have a different type of bait than at night. So there's some cool stuff that's triggered by the daily nightly cycle. There's no changing weather effects in this game, but there is a day-night cycle. But there are regions that have rain, and there are regions that are kind of perpetually dark and gloomy. Swampy for you Florida people. There's definitely 2 swamp regions that are hot and steamy and jungly. And then there's a new desert region called Brimstone Sands, which is ginormous. If we look at our map, it is just open on a recent expansion. It's as big as like 2.5 of the original areas that we're in. It's an end game area for level 60 plus, which is the level cap right now, 1 to 60. And it's a really, really fun zone with tons of stuff to do. My original character is doing a lot of those activities right now. I'm gonna go this way. Screw it. We'll stick on the road and come around this way and then drop into our quest here. One of the easiest ways to navigate when you're new is just stay on the road. You get a buff. That little boot icon that's lit up over our hit point bar is telling us that we're running at an increased speed. Because we're on road, the minute I go off road, you'll see that disappear. You should. And that means we're going to run 15% slower. So there's no mounts in this game yet. You have to hoof it, get a lot of cardio. But once we light up all these spirit shrines, as they're called, for fast travel, we'll get around pretty quick. So you won't, well, if you're from other MMOs that you love your mounts, you'll miss them. But they are talking about bringing mounts to the game. Moist said, are there any muskets or cannons? Yeah, there is the musket, as I mentioned. Then there's a new ability when you get to level 60 that is like a special ability you can add on to on top of your normal weapons. And one of those special abilities is a cannon blast. You can pull a cannon essentially out of your pocket and blast people with a cannon. Realism? No, right? Fantasy, yes. This game's set in like the 1700s, so it's a canon, not a modern weapon. That's why the weapons are tuned to the technology level you see, because it's supposed to be a 1700s exploration game. These are moats. These are killer. They work for raw materials for all kinds of stuff to craft. We can't pick them up until our harvesting is level 30. It'll tell you if you can pick something up or not. We can grab iron. Iron's a step above stone in the crafting kind of hierarchy, so we'll always try to pick up iron when we see iron and run by it. This area, actually, Monarch's Bluffs that we're starting out in, has a lot of iron resources. We'll talk about a little bit of a cheat on resources too as we go along. It's not a cheat. It's legal, but you can run something called the Overwolf minimap for New World on a second monitor, which is what we do most of the time. I don't always run it. But it is a live, updated map that shows you where the resource nodes are as you're moving throughout Aeternum, which is the island that we're on. It's not a static map. It actually maps your position relative to the resources on the map. So it's very, very helpful, especially when you're leveling or new in an area. Like let's take a cruise up here. As you get higher level in your crafting and your abilities, you'll actually be able to track resources on your compass. But before that, you're kind of flying blind. You're just running around trying to find stuff. And if it hasn't been mined, someone's mining it. But I found this iron node because I'm using my map, my Overwolf map. This wolf's taking advantage of us because it's kind of a slow swing when you're no skill points on this weapon. But as you pick up perks on it and abilities, you can start gaining some haste and some ability to swing it faster, and it starts hitting like a truck. Moist Echoes in the game, there's basic stone like this. Gives us some experience and is a raw material for crafting brick, which you can then turn into other specialty kinds of brick combined with other kinds of stone. And that's how New World works. You mine any of the basic resources out in the world, and then when you refine, you either refine the base resource or you basically combine two resources together to make things higher and higher tier for crafting purposes when you're in the refining stage. Above iron is something called star metal. And then there's silver and gold. And there's something called orichalcum and lodestone. That's why we paid for a sword that was a little more expensive, 5 gold more. It has a buff against these guys that are called the Ancients. So the skeletons are Ancients. That's their enemy class. So we're getting a higher damage rate by hitting an Ancient with this particular sword because it has this buff, Ancient Bane. It gives us a 7% damage buff against Ancients. So we'll go through this as we level. There is a crap load of combinations of weapons, armor, and then all the perks that are carried by these weapons and armor, and then how you combine them and how you map out your character attributes to enhance and buff out the different things you're wearing and what weapons you're armed with. The currency, like gold currency, is separate from the gold you harvest in the world. You can refine these materials and sell them for currency. There's only one kind of currency right now, basic gold. And then there's in-game currency that you can use, like premium store currency you can use basically just to buy skins or house items. There's no pay to win in this game, which is one really cool thing. You can't buy premium weapons with different stats or anything. It's literally just skins to change the look. So it's probably the least pay to win game I've played, to be honest. All right, we're racking up some damage. We're racking up character XP, and we're racking up territory XP or reputation every time we kill an enemy, every time we harvest something. So let's get a little bit of stuff done, and we'll talk about some, getting a little bit of latency, a little bit of lag. Talk about some PVE principles after we get a little bit of points going, enhancement on this weapon. It is bare bones right now. So let's kick in with our spear a little bit, which has been leveled up a little bit just to help us out. You can hot swap between your two weapons, which is kind of cool about New World. Not every game has two weapons in hand, so to speak. So we have in the lower right corner, great sword in slot 1, spear in slot 2, and my little left mouse button is mapped to switch those two weapons. So you'll see them become active. And then the little symbols to the left of them are your abilities mapped out. And then when they're used, you'll see a timer on each of those abilities. That's the cooldown before you can use that ability again. Yeah, there's no mounts yet. Moist, they're talking about bringing mounts into the game because the people who come from classic MMOs are constantly saying, why are there no mounts and why is there no transmog? This is my first true MMO, like RPG MMO, so I've had to learn a lot of the terminology. I do remember mounts from playing first player Skyrim. You'd have your horse to ride around on. And people from World of Warcraft and other games, I think, really liked having mounts. It does get you around the world quicker. They are going to bring some version of that to this game. They just haven't said exactly how it's going to be implemented yet. Can't harvest these guys. Would love to because they're level 30 and we're not level 30 harvesting yet. But we're going to grab chests. We're going to grab any of these glowing pages. Oops.
These altars in Caladan seem to have some sort of power.
Some of these lore notes get read now, which is really cool.
Definitely some kind of influence.
We are searching these different sites for notes, clues as to where these altars have come from that are starting to zombify people in these outlying towns, essentially. We don't have to do all the damage on an enemy to get some credit for the kill. Okay, and that took us from no points to level 3, just in what we've done in the last couple minutes. Like most games, when you start grinding out levels on gear, the early stages go really quick, later stages take longer and longer. It's to get you hooked when it's easy, and then you get stuck in for the long grind. But I'm so used to grind from World of Warships, you guys, I don't mind the grind on this game at all. I can sit and kill zombies and kill skeletons and harvest stuff for long periods of time without getting bored. Okay, we've got one more lore note to search for on the fancy #1 icon, this top one, which is our main story quest. Then we've got one side quest active in another area. We're gonna hold off on that one. It's way over here, but we've got 2 other local quests we can pick up. So actually, let's go grab those. They're not going to have a number. They're just going to have like that glowing point pin on the map, so to speak. Choppy choppy. I'm not switching to spear right now, because if I switch to spear, it will share the weapon XP between both weapons. If I kill them completely with the one weapon, that weapon gets all the experience. So let's go grab these side quests and then we'll level up Greatsword a little bit. We talked to young geezer, here's old geezer. So witty, right?
Alive, stranger. To know you cannot die. I used to dig graves in Bavaria, but obviously I couldn't.
Dude's a grave digger. He's talking about you cannot die.
From crystalline tears to soothe grieving families.
He wants us to collect some memorials that these skeletons are running around
We may have
with.
luck with these ruins.
So, Moist, I'll answer your question in 1 second. When you come to Aeternum like eternal, Early on, there was some discussion as to whether this island might be connected with Ponce de Leon, because it's that era, and the Fountain of Youth. And everything that dies on Aeternum is reborn. So that's kind of the whole lore behind if you die in game, you just resurrect. Well, your enemies, when you kill them, or the animals, when you kill them, all respawn. And that's supposed to be an eternal life cycle that you cannot die on Aeternum. Hey, we're changing from night to day. Sky will start to lighten. We'll still see stars.
Ancients clearly had ways of controlling guardians. I wonder if it's the same magic that powers the altars.
There's a race of beings on the island that were on the island called the Ancients that we'll find out about. The Ancients are the people that made, or creatures that made these animated skeletons.
Did you venture forth for freedom?
So we've got Lost, we've got Corrupted, we've got Ancients, and there's still more to
A
come.
Moorish woman. We both fled from impending execution for our forbidden love. It is when you're the reason your woman.
A lot of lost loves, lost family members. This guy's looking for a lost love. Bad news for many of them. They've turned into other things like zombies. Moy says, if I set up a schedule to switch back and forth from New World to Legends, that is my goal. I'm going to do a little bit of time here on New World and get my feet wet. And then I will, hopefully, I just don't want to feel pinned down like, oh, I got to stream tonight. I'm going to be a little more fluid, but my goal will be to, try to do back to what I was doing, maybe 3 nights a week, and then split it up between the two. Is what I'm trying to accomplish. This is Grace, who quested with us when we first washed up on the beach. She's always wanting us to loot stuff so we can share the profits. Okay, so getting some potential armor upgrades through these side quests. And this Minister Lochner, the guy we talked to last, the guy at the staff, who's kind of seems a little sketch politically, is acting strange. She's confirming that.
No doubt about that. I suppose I'll be waiting for you.
So we're just going to keep working on these ruins. If I see any side things to gather like this, Plate Cat provides raw materials for arcana or magic potions, that sort of thing. I'm going to grab them. We're at level 19. We want to get to level 30 in harvesting so we can start harvesting more cool stuff, essentially. You can activate your map or your inventory while you're doing other stuff, like even while you're running, and that wasn't the way it was in the beginning, so it's kind of nice. Can now multitask more. Okay, so that's picking up some shards of a mirror for the guy who's missing his lost loved one, significant other. That quest isn't lit up. Usually select them on the map. There would be a blank icon here. Well, we know we need to collect them because they're marked, but it doesn't have a quest marker on it, so that might just be a little bit of a bug. Game had a ton of bugs at launch, which is why the population really dropped off. A lot of people just said, screw this, there's all this stuff mixed up or messed up all the time and I'm not going to deal with it. You jerk. Oh, we didn't do our upgrades on our sword yet. Let's get him. Heavy attack. Hold down. Right click. There we go. He's dropping crystalline tears, which is another thing we needed to collect. Hey, no problem, man. I will be looking for you, too, when I jump back on there. I'm glad you're still having fun with it. Mr. Hitman came on the stream last time, 2 nights ago, and I guess he uninstalled Legends. A lot of folks who were playing it a ton seem like they're not playing it as much, which bums me out, but again, I do think people need to rotate and take a break when they need to. And I'm feeling the itch to go back and do some stuff over there. So I'm glad you're still enjoying it. And you got to be higher than tier 8. Oh, tier 8 is the new. Yeah, they added tier 8. That's what you're saying. If you remember me, I was always saying they should have just added all 10 tiers. Hated legendary tier. And tier 7 ships I liked, but it was not as fun playing them because there should have been 10 tiers to begin with. Wacky tier spread. Alright. We found the shards of the mirror for Hugo. Let's check our quest markers. Need to go here for the main story quest. So let's wander down that direction. When I'm playing solo, I'll stop and chop a ton of trees and do a ton of resource gathering on stream. I'm not going to do so much of that. I'm going to wait and do it off stream, so don't have to subject you guys to my gathering tendencies. But when it makes sense, I will stop. Very easy to get distracted in this game by all the stuff you see that you can pick up or interact with. Okay. Gonna do this weapon thing. We have 2 points available on Greatsword. I have a combination of skills and attributes I've been liking to run. Onslaught is an offensive tree for attack. Defiance is a defending tree for tanking or preventing damage, essentially, or preserving health. So I like this crosscut skill, so we're going to take that. And I actually want this guy down here, Skyward Slash. We can't load it yet, so we're going to take Calamity Counter, which is something I've been using a lot as well. We're going to assign those points, and then we can put these skills in the slots that we want. I put Crosscut in the first, the Q key, and I put Calamity Counter, which is a defensive block ability, into R. Alright, there's our crosscut ability. Actually, I put crosscut in the wrong slot. I realize. Skyward Slash is what I put in that slot. I put... that one. This one. Assign it. I put Crosscut here, and I put Calamity Counter here, and Skyward Slash goes here. So let's get him where I'm used to playing him. Starts to give us a little bit of a sense of the power in this weapon and its attacks. Calamity Counter basically absorbs damage while you're blocking and shoots it back out in a contained radius against the enemies that are attacking you. Oh, flood advisory, really? Oh, we can turn these in. Let's go back here and turn these in really quick before we head down. We have not had that level of weather, thankfully. So many new players all starting on this new Fresh Start server, which is a server that was just born. No one can transfer into it. It's all new characters. Not necessarily all new players, but all new characters. So we're going to get a lot of informal kind of pickup group help. It says, yeah, you were bored from ships for a while, so you played Call of Duty and Battlefield, some story mode games. I think it's good to have some fallbacks. I just tend to get so into stuff that I play in a dedicated way a little bit more than I probably should.
You will be in the thoughts of many families when they say
I put a lot of hours into this game already. Okay, Grace is going to travel, I think, when we complete the main story quest. These two guys, we did our local quests.
this last fragment.
And they're done. They don't have anything else to give us. We got a level upgrade. So we're just going to kind of drop 1 point on strength, 1 point on dex, 1 on con. As we increase the strength and dex, you'll see how that influences our weapons. Our weapons are here as far as what influences that weapon from an attribute perspective. So the greatsword is actually unique in that it's equally impacted by strength and dexterity. It scales with both equally. Spear is driven more so by dexterity, but it's also driven by strength. So it's the strongest is here to the left, going to the right, from most to least. But the spear here is very heavily dex and then less strength influenced. Greatsword is equal between strength and dex. Lucky not to be hit by hurricanes. Yeah, no kidding. I'm glad those didn't come in your area, dude. But you're more panhandle, right? I think it was Pensacola-ish. Oh god, I gotta grab this fast travel. Talking, not thinking, guys. Fast travels, spirit shrines will have this big light shining up into the sky, so you can locate them relatively easily, even from a distance. Instead of traveling the path, we're just gonna run through the woods. Gonna grab a gathering speed buff in this territory. Okay, panhandle on the Gulf. Thought that was right. Okay, greatsword, we got another point. It goes row by row, like most first-person shooters or other games that you can build up character skill trees. You have to go level by level, so we can only unlock the second row now. Let's build the second element. A lot of these skills build and get better and better as you level that ability, as it's called, up even higher. So we're going to add grit to this, which means basically we can't be blocked when we're swinging this attack. Now next we'll be able to unlock our third ability and get all of our special abilities lit up. Ah, I can't harvest these. I'm not high enough level. We're headed over here. So considerations, we're talking tonight about, in a bigger sense, about PVE. Oh, that's the high level stuff. That is the tastiest metal in the game, or a calcum. We have to be at 150 mining skill to mine that, and we are currently at level 8. Used to be 175 or I think 175. It made it a little easier. It's painful when you have to run by all this stuff at early level and you can't harvest it or mine it or chop it. But from a PvE perspective, as far as good weapon combos, I love the greatsword. I love the spear. You can use the spear as a second weapon in combination with lots of other weapons. It's good damage per second. It has the ability to do some crowd control against large groups of mobs. So does the greatsword, actually. You can find the origin of the tablet. This has some jumping puzzle elements to it, I think, which they just added in when they redesigned the quests from levels 1 to 25 in this new release. The white splotches on these stones are going to be where we want to jump, from white splotch to white splotch. I think we have to go down here. Yeah, I think we need to go this way, actually. These are laser beams. There's lasers like this in one of the dungeons. We have to go... We can walk or crawl under. We'll crawl under. You can run under some when they go up. Can take a small hit from him. You have a weapon drawn and you hold the block, the right mouse button down, it allows you to jump over and grab some things easier. Grab this chest. Go ahead and eat some food, which will replenish some lost health. You get some shelter where you're at, Nimitz. Idaho doesn't have too much really extreme weather. Not the fires like where I came from in California, so that's kind of nice either. Not where I live anyway. So crazy seeing so many people in this game. Population dip on this was really massive, and it's made a huge comeback in the last 3 months. Okay. Found the item in there we needed to complete that little mini quest. And we need to go back to this side to continue. Let's find some enemies to battle in here. So many people running around, there's a lot of stuff that's dead and needs to respawn. These guys are a little easy to see because they glow. So good combinations. Again, Hatchet is a really good weapon for solo play because it has high DPS and it also has some lifesteal capability in it. So you can kind of get some health back while you're attacking your enemies. Greatsword also has that ability as we level it. Spear just does super single target damage in a really fast way as it levels up. So that's why Spear works really well in combination with other weapons as well. And it has crowd control capability if you equip certain skills. Sweep is the main one. We can show that. I don't have sweep set up right now. But if you're a beginner player and you want to have a little more command over larger groups of enemies, you can mix this up and take something like, well, we can't. Let's respec. I'll have to take a little different combination. Sweep has a knockdown capability that really keeps groups of enemies attacking you under control. When you get good at cycling through your abilities and you use the offensive, the pure kind of single target raw damage of the spear, you don't necessarily need to rely on sweep. But when you're brand new, sweep can be really helpful in helping your survival. Oh, he's retreating. Here's a friend. These guys don't walk, they crawl, so they're already on the ground. Oh, I have that set up on the wrong button. Go grab this, it's just a collectible picture. Washington is a natural barrier to harsh weather. Yeah, just the design of the land and mountain interface. Spear doesn't knock down all critters if they're super stout, like this boar. But skeletons we can knock down. We just need to not run with someone who's not kill stealing, but oh, we have boars on our to-do list. Let's keep working on this. They're level 14 boars and we're only level 16, so these guys are a little difficult to take down with these weapons that are low tier and not skilled up at all. Not super aggressive though. The boars we meet in later zones are a lot more aggressive than these guys. No enemies here. Really want to demonstrate sweep for you guys. Keep this active for a bit. But again, spear is a weapon that I use in a lot of combinations just because of the crowd control or being able to deliver a lot of damage quickly.
Well, you were gone long enough.
Greatsword has some similar elements to that.
Explain a lot of the strange happenings around here. I suppose that's how he's able to up with that revelation. I'd say it's all the more urgent that you catch up with. She left Sir Payne in charge of
Okay,
Crichton's defense.
we're gonna go visit a farm that's been overrun with these lost zombie type folks. Gonna go proceed south. So let's go further down the road. Another approach you can take from survival perspective if you don't have a crowd control weapon is running with something like life staff as your second weapon. So you can basically simultaneously attack with one weapon and heal with the other. So that's one of the most survivable builds for brand new players, would be using life staff as your second weapon. I can't show you sweep taking down these boars because my weapon is too low tier and they're too stout. So that's one good thing the game does, is that it really matches up your weapon versus the enemies you're facing to determine outcomes. Flood advisories are Southwest Washington. Okay. We do get a flood advisory every now and then, but usually in more of our outlying regions. It's usually just kind of your generic winter weather advisory. We'll get heavy snow from time to time. Okay. God, not much we can harvest, unfortunately. We'll hit an area that has some hemp in it or something like that so we can level up our harvesting. Some other weapons that are good to start out with are Warhammer or Great Axe. They also have good crowd control capability and deliver pretty good damage output. Used together, they can be a good combination. Hammer knocks enemies away from you to give you space and some protection. Great Axe swirls and sucks enemies in, so you can damage large groups of mobs at one time. Kind of area of effect. Crowd control. Alright, this got a farm with a pretty fun little castle. You gotta love when these critters attack you when you're talking to the NPCs. Ah, there we knocked a bug over. Bug not as stout as boar. But that's sweep. Sweep will give you, again, some time and some space. We'll attack some other stuff after we pick up the quest, the main story quest in this
How
area.
reassuring it is to have your presence down here. As much respect
Minister
as I've
Locknear, the guy
always
from
had for
town,
Mr.
who's the
Is that what you
politician,
discovered in
is
the ruins? Was
not
Locknear behind a
right.
strange tablet at
Something
the
is
mine?
not going right.
Pirates, too.
Everyone's hearing about this
Everyone
tablet
Mr.
that was
said
found in the mine that
Apparently
people
the
think
night-
drove people into turning into zombies. So we're going to get to do some pretty good PvP demonstration inside this little castle area. There's just so many people running around right now. It's not so much a solo enterprise. They added these cannons. So people are shooting pigs with cannons. All right. New activity in New World with the recent patch that updated this 1 to 25 questing experience. You're Northwest Washington, okay. Okay, if you're not gonna harvest these pigs, we are. Never let a good digital critter go to waste. There's a lore page back here. Let's pick that up. There's a mini boss out here. Okay. So again, if we can combine a DPS weapon with a crowd control weapon, that's a good combination. That's essentially what we're doing here. And then you can combine a DPS weapon with a healing weapon as well for your early stage combinations. Remember how we get into the back part of this. More than reading that page. No, she's gone solid. He's gone solid.
Well met, stranger. The Night Regent said you have been her only reliable counsel in recent days. Yes. When the farms in these parts started falling to the lost, the town's supplies were threatened. I volunteered to take over this farm. It was not long after I left Aeternum that my fellow knights there fell to becoming lost as well. That explains. I suspect it's already too late.
So we are asking this person here who is a former knight to join us in our assault on this objective, but she doesn't want to get involved yet. Minister Lochner is the guy controlling this zombification going on. We're going to go investigate.
A creature with no purpose but to haunt women with better prospects.
British and French tier 8s coming to World of Warships Legends on Monday. I heard there was a patch before you mentioned it, but that's pretty dang cool. I've seen that they keep adding to the lines, which is great. Does this allow us to get in now? Or we have to find a key to get in. Go to the crown chamber in the keep. We'll harvest stuff that we can find while we're running around looking for a way in. There's 2 more side quests to pick up too. Let's go do that really quick. I'm running in some circles, but these side quests we might need to complete while we're inside as well. Or one of those might help us unlock this fort. There we go. Back in the rear area. There's one here. Oh, or we may need to use the cannon.
More days than a snail has teeth. I already have 26
This guy just wants us to collect wolf fangs.
Just like that. It should be from
Got an Iron Guardsman insignia, which is worth probably 40 or 50 gold. That's nice. Where's that other? Okay. One more side quest this direction. We're just taking the time to run and get these now because they'll help us level up a lot quicker if these side quests are part of what needs to, or they pop up inside the objective where the main story quest is. Help us kind of multitask and knock out multiple things at once. Get extra XP.
I've been ruined. Scars. My father, he had a deep relationship with...
Okay. She just wants us to collect lost glassworks that her father made. Alright, we've picked stuff up. Let's head for this objective. Finally. Oh, it's behind us. Maybe that's why. We're moving over to this area. Okay. Only run through this really quickly and kind of test. Quests are all new flow. Okay. This looks more familiar. Let's take on some of these skeletons. Switch to greatsword. So I've kind of shown you guys the sweep capability. So that's a good one again to choose if you're just starting out. There's one side quest here for wolves, but we can get the wolves after we've gone inside this outpost. Here we go. This outpost, which is brand new, and then there's a new castle you have to raid as well on this main story quest. Hey Hitman, how's it going? Good to see you. How is your morning going? Your morning coffee? Is that the sludge? Got a few of the old Warships crew in chat, so thanks for stopping by again, my friend. Hope everything is well. I completely missed that. As we're talking and attacking will be a challenge. Greatsword works really well against these unarmored guys, as does Spear. Okay. There's the sweep ability. Basically just going to take them off their feet. The thing is, it doesn't do a ton of damage. The other Spear abilities we have unlocked do a lot more damage per second. So we're going to switch back to what we're used to running on Spear. Can respec this for free. These three. Man, that's the right order. Thanks, man. Best wishes to your family as well. Alright, let's get in this objective. Point of interest, as they're officially called in this game. Any guy that has a yellow marker over his head is part of our quest objectives. Just going to switch off between Spear and Greatsword right now. These guys that have shields are a little more difficult to deal with than those without. I think I have my potions on the wrong spot on my hotbar. I do. Oh, I totally have my potions on the wrong spot. We can respawn at the shrine that's closest to our location. I've got to fix that. We'll have to run back over to this spot. But I realized this the other day. Let's see, let's tab this. And we want... I think we want this on 5. So that's going to be eating a snack. Just going to replenish health. And that's going to be drinking a potion. Okay. Tried to pop a potion and it was not activating. Okay, this will be a little easier on the health management side. Oh, here's wolves. We need some wolves. Okay. We're kind of sticking more to main quest line, so we're going to be attacking enemies that are pretty close to our level. If you run tons of side quests or gather a lot in your sessions, you'll actually level your character up and be a little bit overpowered versus the enemies you face on your quest lines. But in this case, we're not doing a ton of side activities other than the side quests. We're not harvesting, we're not doing a lot of skinning or anything like that. So we're gonna have to be a little more cognizant of enemy damage output. Kind of manage our exposure a little better, especially since our weapons are just starting out. getting some lag issues too, which is not normal. When I run West Coast server, I don't normally have lag issues. Some people complain about them, but might be multiple people streaming right now in the house. No one's streaming Premier League games yet. That's tomorrow morning. Okay, let's hustle down. Come back around to the entrance here. And this kind of highlights a little bit around strategy. Again, talked about weapon combinations to a little bit of a degree, but strategy is at this low level of our character of only 16, we're going to have to manage how we approach these mobs more carefully. Let's do this. Let's build a tent just in case we have another mishap. We won't have to run back. We need to chop a tree though. To make your little camp, you need 5 green wood and you need a flint. We had a flint, but we'll need to gather some wood. Yeah. Yeah, Hitman. Married as long as I've been, you don't get those comments all that much anymore. Okay, now the tent becomes our respawn point, and we can actually craft some basic things at the camp too, like food and basic potions and stuff. So let's do that. Now we've got 13 food, got some health potions, and let's go ahead and put those on both bars. We had some extra here. Let's just drop, it's just another health potion of a different strength. We'll drop that there. All right. These guys are almost our exact same level, so we're going to have to be better at dodging and trying to manage taking damage. So from Principal's perspective, don't want to engage more enemies at one time than we need to. So if we can take them one at a time, that'll be really helpful. It's not always going to be possible. That's when we'll have to use our crowd control effects or abilities. Or if we have to fight multiple enemies and we deplete health, we'll have to pop potions. Because our weapons don't have the health gaining effects that they'll have later on. They're too low level right now. Greatsword has a great perk that when you do damage, it replenishes health, but we can't use that right now. We can upgrade our strength, our dex, which will increase our weapon damage, and our constitution, which will give us a little more health. Thanks, Hitman. Take care. Try to drop in on the stream when I see you, when you're live. Thanks for stopping in, buddy. Okay, we need to collect the Hawk Knight seal, the Crane Knight seal, and the Sparrow Knight's seal. Let's see if there's anything down in this area of note. War page. We'll try to do a couple quick attacks and dodge away. Kind of get a rhythm of attack, attack, dodge. When they flash, they're getting ready to do their special attack. And sometimes their special attack can do things like deplete your stamina or put a slow on you. I'm a low-level character, so I can't do a ton of jumping around without getting tired. That will get better. Okay. None of our... one of our seals was there. That was the Crane Knight. Two more to gather before we can get into kind of the inner sanctum area. There's tons of people running around. It makes PvP a little bit more chaotic when there's so many other people running around too. Moves the mobs around. We actually want some mobs right now because we want to build our weapon levels up. We have to get kills to do that. There's one. No sword, but armor. Or no shield, but armor. So we'll be able to get pretty good damage licks on him just using our spear because he doesn't have a shield. Shield doesn't always protect them, but it'll protect them pretty well against the spear. It'll blunt a lot of the attacks. So then you need to use either a special attack like the pole kick, or you need to then switch over to greatsword. Bad lag. And we're depleting stamina. Quite a bit of delay. Input delay. Okay. I think we need to go up into these upper areas to collect some of these other seals. Okay, your mobs are not going to stand still or be where you expect them when you've got so many players running around. Where are staircases? Oh, looks like it's over this direction. Lore page. Provisions crate is going to be food oriented, basically different cooking ingredients. And even in these low level areas, you can get some pretty dang good food. In this case, we've got higher level food than what we have loaded. So we're going to get more health recovery from a travel ration. So let's equip that. Just basically different tiers of meals to give you more recovery when you pop that food, and then there's a lasting time effect as well. Second one of the nights. It's the Hawk Seal. We can go around the upper area here. We probably got to go down and then up on the other upper area to find the last seal. It's back over here. Oops. Maybe it's the highest level up there. Oh, let's get some XP. Greatsword's gonna work really well on this guy who has no armor. Light armor on. Okay, that's not the way. Unless it's a jumping puzzle. I don't think so. You need to get up here somewhere, most likely. Sparonite seal. That's the ultimate door we want to go into, but it's currently locked. Okay, got him. God, where is that? Can't go that way. It's gotta be up higher. Another set of stairs way over there, but that's to a locked door.
Hey, twack!
Oops. I'm gonna try to kill the ranged guy first. Can hold right mouse button to block as well. I tend to do more dodging than blocking. If you have sword and shield, your shield does a very good job of blocking. Alright. Can't remember if we have to go outside to get it up in that other area. Let's do one more venture around the right-hand side here. Let's do some upgrades. Spear. Oops, gotta run when there's multiple. Reposition. He broke our block. Long pike is a pain in the butt. There's the other knight. Alright. Well, we need to heal a little bit. Okay, let's get this guy down. It's almost dead. Now we can go 1v1. Was a fair fight. No, don't get me. We out of potions? Now they're on cooldown. Alright. Not much health left to take from these guys. Finally. Alright. We're pretty much the same level as these enemies, so it's not going to be easy to take them down. You're 3, 4, 5 levels above because you've done some side questing and harvesting. Makes life a lot easier if you've had a chance to level up your weapon somewhat. Alright, we're good to go inside. Let's go ahead and get another point on our greatsword. Give us Skyward Slash. Okay, now I've got 3 abilities on greatsword and 3 on spear. And we're headed into a mini-boss, essentially.
Look how they fall in line when they realize something greater than them is at their doorstep. It will be the same with corruption.
Also had minimal good armor upgrades yet, so our armor could definitely be better. Okay, more about the skullduggery of Minister Lochner. And his use of these tablets to turn the local townsfolk into lost. Oh, we got a healer running with us. Where do we need to go next? I think we need to go through here. Huh. maybe we're gonna get the guy spawning here. Or possibly that was everything we needed to do. Yeah, looks like that cleared all of our objectives. I don't think we have a bigger boss until the next fort. Okay. Now let's see if we can work on taking some of these guys on a little more effectively. Got all 3 of our abilities filled out on both weapons. Better. Attack and hop. Jeez. Good combo attacks. Now we're out of food. I'm gonna have to switch back to my less effective food. Hitting pretty hard. Alright, we're gonna have to regroup a little. We just don't want to drag these 2 guys into a 3rd mob. A little bit of help. Thank you. (2v2) would be a little easier at this stage of our leveling. The vault kick does a stun. These guys have decent armor, so it takes a few hits to take them down. One more go around. Okay. All right. So where to next? Go over here to complete our wolf quest. This isn't given a number. We can click it and then come down and pin it. So we can come and do these 2 guys here. That's an uncharted landmark that we haven't discovered yet. So let's just go ahead and run over here and discover that. Lost are going to be a lot less armored than the guys we were just facing. The greatsword's going to have a much bigger impact on them as far as doing greater damage per swing. So our poor lost farmers being adulterated by Minister Lochner's tablet. Defensive. Enemy counter. Okay, a little sloppy, but we're getting some kills. Getting some leveling. Oh, thank you, healer. That healer's actually giving us a few targeted heals and then an area of effect heal. If you have a friend who's a healer, it's nice to run with them. come here and then we'll come back to 2, and then we have to go back to this area we started at. Oh, and let's re-equip some food. We're really low on potions. Oh, we might have some better armor choices here. Most of these we're not going to keep right now, weapons-wise. Let's see if there's anything we can upgrade to here. Okay, Warden's Amulet is Con and Dex. That's a definite upgrade over this. So we're going to equip that. That was plus 6 Con, 6 Con, 4 Dex, and Divine, which buffs incoming health. Definitely want to use that guy. Focus isn't a skill we're going to use, so we don't really want to equip that. Resilient is PvP only, but that hat is going to be much better stat-wise than what we're wearing. Funky Mask. And 6 Con, 4 Strength gloves. Definitely an upgrade. But we're going really light armor weight though, so now we can drop on our breastplate that's heavier. And in combination, we're still under 23 pounds, 23 kilos, whatever this winds up being in New World weight. So we stay in a medium armor weight between 13 and 23. 6'4". Those are light. We might want to do that. Salvage those. Salvage this. We're not going to use those again. Alright. Just upgraded our gear a pretty good amount on the armor side. So a lot of times with these mobs, you can come in and do kind of a leading combo of a quick strike of a couple light attacks or one heavy attack by holding down the left mouse button instead of clicking. And then after you do your couple light attacks or heavy attack, then you can go into your ability rotation or combination, whichever you want to call it. And with Greatsword, I tried to do this Skyward Slash, which has a debuff on it called Rend. So on this upward thrust, if that hits the enemy, it will make them take more damage on the subsequent hits. It's that upward stroke, if it touches the enemy, makes them more susceptible. Then you can follow it with this pretty devastating combo. And in between, use your defensive ability, which the more they hit your magical shield there, the more it throws them back and damages them. Yeah, I feel like we're taking less damage already just by doing a little bit of a gear upgrade. We went in really thinly geared. And we're almost even level with these mobs. So again, okay. Let's try a Skyward Slash, followed by Combination Strike, and then one more hit and he's down. Greatsword is like butter through enemies without armor protection. And then with Spear, we really go left to right on our abilities. Start with, if they're aware of us, we start with our Skewer and work to our Perforate, and then use the Vault Kick to stun. And you'll see me doing a lot of hopping in between hits because multiple of these weapons, both of these, if you do a hop in between attacks, it reduces your cooldown time. So I'll lead with a hop, skewer him, perforate, Vault Kick with a stun, and then finish him with a few chops or a few stabs. guys are really quick. They're very quick and angry. Zombies, these guys throw. They're more of a ranged enemy. But the guys in the lighter colored shirts are fast and pissed. Do a lot of attacks in a short period of time. If I don't have all my cooldowns available on one weapon, you can use a couple of your abilities to inflict a good deal of damage, then switch to your other weapon, use those abilities, and just cycle from one weapon to another and back again as well. Lots of lore pages. Not going to stop and read all the lore. We could do that on a separate stream where we really just talk more about the underlying story. A lot of times you're trying to pick up pages and you're getting attacked by mobs at the same time. So if you go into J, which is your journal, and you go under documents, on the top here, you can read all your lore pages at your leisure when you're in town or you're somewhere where you're not going to get attacked while you're trying to read. That's why they put voiceovers on some of these key lore pages. To know people were like really tired of getting attacked while they were trying to read. Got one more chest. Going in a lot of the outbuildings helps you get stuff, materials. There's some potion ingredients over here. Let's do a little side trip. Get some harvesting XP. These warm plate caps are good to make healing potions. The lower level healing potions. And actually I think they're an ingredient in some of the higher tier ones too. Now we need to work our way back north. We're gonna head back. Abominations are a little tricky to deal with when you're low level. They've got that sonic attack where they're kind of invulnerable in the middle of doing that. Okay, let's get some stuff back on our hotbar too. Food and health potions. Nice, some of the chests had health pots in them. This whole Arthurian Sir Gawain we will run into a little bit down the quest chain in a cool castle keep area that he has. This is all news, all added when they revamped the 1 to 25 questing experience. So you didn't have to face a lot of these armored enemies early on when you're questing. It's just really these lost guys mainly. Laggy. We don't need to go back into the keep. Do we? No, we want to go around. Let's take this way to see if there's any resources. There looks like there might be some hemp based on our little mini-map on this side that we'd like to collect. But it's been farmed out. There's our camp that we made. If you right click on your map, you can leave quest pins or like waypoint pins. Here's some more hemp. Can harvest hemp at level 1, or actually level 0 harvesting. We actually have a little quest objective there, because you can tell that's one of our town board quests, which is harvesters needed. That last quest listed. We already have enough fiber, but we'll pick up some extra, because then we can do a little bit of weaving and get some refining points at the loom. And we want to hit 30 in our harvesting so we can harvest moats. There's a ton of moats in this area in Monarch's Bluff, also in Windsward, the other starter area. I'll visit these as a higher tier character just to come back and harvest these moats, which are really good raw materials for making ultimately weapons, armor, potions.
Getting into the house must not have been easy. I am grateful for your courage. He wrote me letters. I read his words, although I am fearful of what they may
This was the
reveal.
girl whose father made glass, so we collected glass shards for her. Glass works. She gave us a musket, but we're not going to use musket right now. We'll be collecting plenty of weapons as we go along. So we're just going to wind up deleting a lot of the stuff that we don't need, because it's just extra weight we don't have to carry around right now. We don't want to carry around right now.
You spotted the wolves well. Middle end, the
Guy who
first of
wanted
its
wolves'
kind,
teeth.
gentle
He's going to
weapon
give us
for
a
toothless
decent
elderly
hatchet.
hunters. Those who have the punch, but lack the bite. One chomp from these pearly beauties will make an attack. If you ever lose
Does
all
not
your
have
teeth,
another
you
quest
know
for us, so he made a hatchet for us out of the
you may
wolf's
lose your
teeth.
soul, but you'll never lose your smile.
Compared to what we were carrying, 8 dex. That's 12 strength and has mortal power, so that's a stronger hatchet. So, even though they're both just level 2, tier 2, we're going to go ahead and get rid of that one. And in a little bit, we'll equip. Well, let's go ahead and equip some hatchet now. Hatchet and spear are another really good PvP combination. And PVE combination. Tonight we're focusing on PVE. We won't be in PvP level range for a while. This person is. That's with the crossed swords and red icon. That means they're flagged, and you could attack them if you're also flagged and do open world PvP against them.
Regents claimed. I trust you discovered that Lochmere had a... God's blood. I cannot bear the burden. The minister told us we would be honored to be the first. The minister reminded us of our sworn duty to the royal bloodline. He told us that I was ashamed. Unwilling.
Okay, this former knight is giving us more information on the main story quest. Again, about this true heir who's supposed to come to Pridewind to inherit the throne. He's trying to tilt the political dynamics in his favor. Okay, I think we've done everything in this area. Always take storage if I have it available. Done everything in this area that we need to do. We could make this run and pick up this last quest here instead of just teleporting back to town. So then we can pick up this last... Actually, there's a side quest here. So let's do that guy first. And then we'll head back to town. So we're back with a weapon that has no skills. So it's just left mouse button choppy when we first get hatchet. But it has great DPS. Some people say it's not a high skill weapon, it's just a high damage output weapon, but it is fun to play. And it's one of those weapons in this combination with Spear especially that is viable in both PvP and PvE. Not everything is. For instance, I'm not keeping any of the muskets I get right now because muskets in PvE are really pretty trashy, not very useful. Where you see them most effective is in Outpost Rush, the 40 versus 40 team-based PvP mode. Outside of that, they're not great in PvP or PvE or really open world PvP for the most part, unless they're in really skilled hands. Okay, we're hitting this marker. Now that marker will show up on our compass along with the quest marker, just if you want an extra visual indicator of where you're headed. Okay, here's another way to level our gathering from a harvesting perspective. And that's farms have produce. And generally no level restrictions on any of that. So we can grab some squash here. Again, we're just trying to get to level 30. And if you notice on the bottom bar, the XP progression bar, where it shows level 17, every time we harvest something or kill something, it's giving us a little boost. We're gonna have to use our dodge, which is shift key and then an arrow key. Collect 5 gold wedding bands here. Since we don't have any abilities, let's get this guy before he steals them. All we can do is chop and dodge right now. These enemies are going to drop the item that we're looking for. Just need to use the E key to pick it up. Followers! I was the one harvesting. Okay, here's some more enemies to go after. Let's kill these mobs. And 3 more gold bands. Getting some really large chunks of experience from a weapon perspective right now, since we're so low level with hatchet. Chop, chop, dance. It's basically a good rhythm right now. Chop, chop, dodge. Ooh. Or we can just switch to spear. Switching spear mainly with that guy because he had a shield, and low level hatchet like this is you're gonna have to hit multiple times to break his shield before you can do damage to him. Plate helm. Can we get away with a plate helm right now, weight wise? 1.5 pounds up to 4.7. Might just be able to escape by, yes, by 0.1. That's con and dex, so that's a good combination for us. Hey, 5 Jumps, what's up? What's up? Oh, Pixel, Mr. Pixel. Yes, you're Pixel, I know, on the YouTube side. Good to see you. Thanks for dropping a note in on that community post. I appreciate it. And again, hope you're doing well. It's been a long time no see, I know. And we're trying some new stuff. It's not a new game for me, but it's a new streaming game. So trying to get my bearings of controlling all my stream mechanics while playing a different game. With ships, I kind of had that ingrained in my brain. It's definitely new for this. A learned experience. So I hope everything's going well for you and your family. Alright, so we're skilling up doing some PvP, or sorry, some PvE. We're low tier. We're just scratching where we can even do any PvP activities. We're going to grab these first two abilities. We're going to grab Rending Throw and Berserk. So Berserk allows us to go into a mode where we deliver more damage, can't be blocked, and ultimately get some healing. And Rending Throw, when we throw an axe or throw a hatchet at an enemy, it basically causes them to have a debuff where they take more damage. Just missed. Not gonna kill the piggy. This is Berserk. At higher levels, we become unblockable. We move faster, and we gain life. Super valuable skill ultimately when it's built out. Probably the most OP hatchet skill. Variety is nice. Been dabbling in some Elden Ring when you get the time. College is taking up most of it. Yeah, Elden Ring I've heard really good things about. I just have gotten into doing this game, and I tend to just kind of focus on more so one thing at a time. And honestly, just don't have time to do another game, even from a playing perspective. But I've heard it's great. How's school going for you? Oh, that was a cow. Sorry, cow. We'll harvest you. We'll skin ya. I didn't know. I thought you were a mob. Okay, Rending Throw causes more damage absorption. That's why our numbers are going from white to white and orange. Orange is a higher critical hit. Whoops. Go Berserk. And Chop Chop. Can't harvest those guys yet. Not high enough level. And do Hatchet and then switch to Spear. And if your weapon is really low level, you'll get credit for both some Hatchet Mastery and then some Spear Mastery together. So that's one good way to work up your new weapons, is to lead with one attack on that weapon, and then use your more powerful weapon to finish off that enemy. And that hatchet's getting credit. Just for that first blow, it's getting a chunk of the XP allocated to it. Kind of on a ratio of damage done. That Rending Throw does a little damage, and again makes every subsequent hit more impactful. Gotcha. Historically, it seems like Spanish history is an underrepresented gold mine if you have the theme of this game right. It is kind of 17th century exploration. There are some Spaniards in the game, including kind of the main lead. It's not really a big spoiler, but she's kind of a corrupted force named Isabella, and some have theorized that she might be Spanish Queen Isabella in the historical context. There's no straight conquistadors yet, but you can see my helmet obviously is a conquistador helmet. So some of the skins are oriented that way, and there's different cultures and populations that have made it to this island. So you run into knights. They've had an Arthurian quest line. Basically, in this territory, the newest territory, Brimstone Sands, has Roman legion and Egyptian characters. So they're doing exactly that, basically trying to draw from different cultures. The NPCs represent different cultures. the lore of the game is that this island, once you get to this island, you can't leave. There's a barrier called the storm wall that keeps you from leaving. And you also can't die. Damage mode. Berserk, berserk, berserk. Chop it down. Alright. So let's see where we're at. We've got everything accomplished in this area. Let's wander back here to the portal to get back to town. And there's another side quest next to the portal. Alright, you asked for it. Can't even see you, you're hiding in the bushes. Oh, the Conquistador helm in the trailer? Yeah, there's a guy, Commander Thorpe, who essentially becomes a henchman of Isabella, and he has like full Conquistador armor. We don't really know where he's from. We don't know where we've traveled from. That hasn't really been revealed. But I have to believe when they work on future expansions that a Conquistador element would be on that list. Yeah, the game's $20 on Steam right now. It's half off. There's no subscription fees for it. I've gotten a ton of play hours out of it. If I looked at like what my cost per hour is on this game, it's insanely low. I paid the full $40, but it's been very worth it. I imagine they'll have a DLC at some point where you have to pay for the expansion. I think the other thing they've tried to do as they go along adding cultures is to try to be at least somewhat sensitive to the cultural representation. Just even a disclaimer when you load in about that. Alright, we're looking for raw mats. Can't find any here. Let's keep going on towards our objective. So your college classes are challenging but doable with enough time. I tended to be working and took 5 years basically instead of 4 for undergrad. Did my business school track on time, but I tended to have a job going on all but the first couple quarters of college, so I just slowed down a little bit with regard to the number of classes by taking like 3 instead of 4. It took me the extra year, but it did keep the load a little more doable while I was working. I don't know how many people are on the 5-year plan versus the 4-year plan these days. I know AP classes are much more of a thing. I only had a chance to take a few of those. Now I know you can test out of basically a year or more of school, right? Okay, we've got some upgrades available, so let's do that. Spear. Alright, I want to take this stuff that lowers our cooldowns. Basically resets our abilities faster. Take that. Spear, and then hatchet. Let's grab... We want Raging Torrent, so we're going to take the second aspect of Berserker, or Berserk, on the Berserker tree. This is all chopping, this side's all throwing for hatchet. And they reworked this so the throwing side is more viable now. Alright. Back on task here. See how far we can get. The player count's dropping off a little bit now because people are potentially going to bed. It's when it's so chaotic and so many people running through, sometimes the combat is a little less fun for me.
Wedding rings and love letters. A talisman to ward off evil spirits. Clever idea.
Collecting more stuff for the local townspeople. Gonna craft an item for her. This is all new, more interactive stuff. All the quests in the first iteration of this game were just go and kill X enemies or loot Y chests. They've really improved it that you have to do some different stuff now.
To protect me from evil, and my mother will always want that.
Okay, a talisman
She
for
ever
her.
turned into a lost, which I
Exchange for some
does.
boots.
She'd follow me around with the sole purpose of getting me
So
married.
we're wearing
And probably scare all
light
my
boots, so
suitors
we
away.
have to stay light. Can't go to heavy. You can drop some of this stuff that we're not going to use. Focus strength we don't want. 265. We don't need that guy. Ooh, skyward nullification. That works with our greatsword. We are going to take that, even though the intelligence points aren't going to work for us. Swap this in. Let's get our greatsword back on here. Every time we add comm points, we get more health. Which is going to be nice. Got a few points going on Hatchet. Let's switch back to Greatsword. Looks like that wraps up this area. Our main quest is moved down south. Oh, this is Dead Man's Shrine. Okay. We have to go to the pirate area next. Where's our fast travel? Look for the beam of light. Get you to the portal. Oh, but let's see. We may not have been in that area. Ah, we can't use that one. So, let's see what we can drop inventory-wise. Let's drop some of this stuff so we have less to carry. Don't need... Some food regenerates health, some regenerates mana. This is a mana food item. And we're not using magic weapons right now, so we're going to drop that just to save some weight. And we are going to hoof it down to this shrine, because we don't have the fast travel point yet. After the initial trip, we won't need to run anymore. We'll be able to teleport. I've ventured on the 4-year plan, but pushing to try and double major, so you might end up taking 5 classes some semesters. That's awesome that you got the scholarships, man. Good job. My older daughter isn't... She's working through her college applications right now, and she gets pretty good grades. She has probably around a 3.5, so she might have some opportunities available from that. But she just hasn't been as focused on wanting to go to college as my younger daughter does. Just fine. We're trying not to push. Has to be them wanting to do that for themselves. We can't make them want to do it. Alright, we'll keep leveling some greatsword. So we head south here. Make sure we keep going the right direction. So that sword perk, this armor perk will apply to our weapon called Skyward Nullification. So if we hit someone with Skyward Slash, it removes one of their buffs. So it's basically a debuff for them. And some of the mobs, the PVE mobs, will buff themselves. Kind of a higher level mob, just on the trail. Back and forth. I mean, we'd like to try to control these engagements, but sometimes when you meet these mini bosses, they basically aggro the mobs, the ads around them. So it seemed like that's what happened in that case. Tonight we've just been having some lag issues, which are not common for me. Well, that'd be cool if we come out with 2 majors. I essentially had almost the credits to do a double major by the time I wound up going through 5 years too, because I had a little bit of AP credit, and I did take some extra classes ultimately because I didn't know exactly what I wanted to do. Biology major, but essentially had like a minor in microbiology built into my degree, which was really helpful for getting a job. Let's keep heading down this path. Slash and hop. So like just those little armor improvements we made are giving us some more survivability in these engagements. But I will take these guys one at a time if I all can, not try to aggro more than one. Spear works really, really well in these 1v1 engagements. And then you can use more of the greatsword. The CC abilities on the spear, like sweep, or you could use great axe or hammer as well, really effectively on multiple enemies in a mob. We've been in this spot, so I'm just gonna keep trucking. Thanks for asking about business stuff. We've been doing well, even given the state of inflation, which is tough for any business, you know, that sells food or, you know, human or pet food. We do pet food, but yeah, it's been a challenging climate from that perspective. We've had to do a lot more price increases than we want to do. But we have been able to continue to have a good base of business even with some unfavorable conditions. A lot of that has to do with, I think our team is great and does really well on the customer service side. And we're a knowledge-based business. You think it's just selling pet food, but there's pet food for all different kinds of situations and state of health of the different pets that we're working with. So a lot of knowledge to add means that we can build a relationship with customers and it's not just a commodity business. So yeah, things have been going really well. I can't complain too much. Though I still do, like I say. Thank you for asking. During and post-pandemic, I've done a lot more working from home as well. So that's allowed me a little more time to multitask on other things that I'm working on work-wise and life-wise. Alright, see if we can run by any resources. Grabbing stuff like iron is fantastic. Boost our mining skill. My little mini-map that I use on my second monitor says we might have some other iron in this area. Oh, got a bear. Alright, let's try to take this bear. Guy's letting us kill the bear while he harvests. A lot of chops. Relatively high amount of hit points. As far as the animals go, the bears are about the most fearsome, along with the big alligators in the game. You get a lot of rawhide. You get decent experience. So when we get to this pirate camp, we can focus on, again, maybe a little calmer environment without so many people running around, since it's a little later now. Kind of work on some of our solo PvE principles of dealing with the mobs. Again, we won't have to do all this running every time we want to go somewhere. Once these spirit shrines are unlocked, you have basically almost unlimited travel between them if you do one thing, and that's get some gathering tools that help you harvest Azoth. Azoth is a magical fluid that runs through the island. It's kind of the lifeblood of the eternal quality of people resurrecting, critters resurrecting. So if your tools have Azoth harvesting on them, like I think a few of mine do, you pick up Azoth while you're harvesting, and some enemies you kill give you Azoth, and it doesn't cost that much Azoth to travel around, but it is a currency used to do the fast traveling. So you just want to go to the trading post and grab a few weapons, or find a friend who can craft some gathering tools that have basically what's called Azoth extraction, if we look at them. I don't think, well, I think we've gotten that Azoth from killing mobs. We probably should do some upgrading on our harvesting tools. Do that when we go back to town.
Oh, thank goodness I found someone I can report to. And better it's not the Night Regent. Remember all those lost pirates swarming around that den to the north? That was a small affair compared to this place.
Okay. We had some pirates we had to clean out in the northern part of the territory, and now there's a cluster in the southern as well.
This time, I don't think he's meaning to draw the pirates in, but rather send them forth.
So these are more potential lost, not farmers, but pirates that have gone zombie and are under control of this minister.
There's an order I don't mind following.
Okay. Let's make sure we've got this fast travel, which we do. Glad to hear it. Customer service is something I could never do quite right. Just not a good conversationalist. Hoping to change that through volunteering, which is a great way to address that. College is 30 to 45-minute drive. Oh, from the museum ship Hornet. Very cool. I went to the North Carolina right around the time that I stopped streaming a lot. And it was awesome, dude. It was really well maintained. Yeah, by being a docent or a guide on the ship, that would be fantastic for, you know, you say you're kind of born with conversational ability, but I don't think that's true. I think a lot of it can be learned. Just like leadership isn't something people are necessarily born with. Some small percentage of people are, but leadership is a learned behavior as much as it is a born skill. And being able to converse is another one, just with more practice, the better you'll get. So that's a great way to work on that. It's pretty cool with the North Carolina. They had a lot of basically retired Navy guys, and they weren't World War II era. Obviously, they'd be too old at this point, but they were, I'd say, Korean War, Vietnam age range mainly, that worked on the ship and were Navy vets, and very cool. I went on a day when there was hardly anyone there, so I got to go everywhere I wanted, see all the sights, with no one around almost. There was like 2 other parties on the entire battleship with me. It was awesome. So yeah, customer service skills for me have been a learned thing because I'm generally more reserved, and doing this is one of the things that I like to do because it helps me get out of my comfort zone. Alright, there's pirates chasing this guy around, so not a big group of players, but more mobs running around. We're going to do this really quick side quest before we come back here to the main. And we're filling up on resources, so we might do this quest, jump back to town, empty our bags, and then come back out and do this last main story quest, and then that will probably be about it for the evening. I don't think I'm high enough level to harvest these good motes yet. Nope. Where are we? We're harvesting is 27. We're close. So these unarmored guys, easy to attack with the spear. Just throw in a quick dodge when we think they're going to execute their attack. Sometimes they flash when they're doing their ability attacks. Otherwise, you just kind of get a rhythm with each enemy type as to when they're going to coil up and hit you. No, we don't have this quest here, do we? Gotta go to the quest giver. Oh, it's a note. Sometimes it's an NPC, sometimes it's reading a note. Okay, more just about this zombie plague. Turning these people into what are known as lost or withered. If I have to confront multiple enemies in a confined space like this where I can't dictate where I'm fighting, I'll switch to Greatsword, which has a broader swath on the attack and will hit multiple mobs at one time. If I can dictate more of a 1v1 engagement, one at a time, then Spear is fantastic. Lots of humans running around killing mobs right now, so it's a little harder to get our quest objectives done. Don't get me wrong, it's nice having company. Sometimes it's helpful to clear these points of interest if you've got some help, but flip side is you're waiting around for stuff to spawn. Every enemy is dropping a bag, looks like. We've got 3 out of 5. Go get some stuff spawning. Oh, that's kind of a mini boss. Oh, there was one we missed. 4 out of 5. Probably kill that stuff before we can make it over. Well, maybe not, because this guy's got bigger power. Now we're feeling like this character is getting a little more stopping power. Everything in this side quest? Looks like it. There's nothing else highlighted here. I know we probably have to come back and kill that boss for a different quest. Whenever you see a mini boss or a boss in a location, and your quest doesn't dictate taking them out, you may kill them now, but you'll probably have to come back and do it again. If you run all the main quests and side quests. Sometimes you'll get repetitive activity. Heavy attacks are going to help break that shield. I'm just going to click and hold and charge up that attack, and then we'll get that bigger overhand swing that can help break that shield down. What are these gloves? What are these gloves? Any better gloves? Got that nullification, but not great attributes. Can't go to medium. I'm gonna go ahead and drop these. Heavy legs. Alright, let's keep rolling. Whoop, wrong direction. This again, where there's a solo enemy like this, we can jump in with a quick light attack or two, and then go with an ability attack. Again, greatsword's just going to be better at breaking those shields down. Some iron to grab. There's 3 nodes here. Let's see if we can get this one done first and go grab the other one. Our character is so young. We don't do stuff quick. So New World loves to pair a ranged mob with a melee mob. So she throws bombs. He's got an axe. If you take it in the right order, normally you're going to try to kill the ranged mob first. So otherwise you're hitting the melee and the ranged mob keeps hitting you and working your health pool down. So as a rule, if I can, and it's a powerful ranged mob, I'll always try to attack them first. Or again, with something like Greatsword, if they're standing close together, you can cleave through multiple enemies at one time. And sometimes you purposely want to clump them to do that. Okay. We must be turning in what we just did there back at the town, possibly. Grab this side quest while we're here.
Only we have. I had to. Her words are. See, I do.
He's the person who had us collect mirror fragments earlier. His lost love. He's got another errand for us with regard to her. Okay, so let's head back to town briefly. We could recall the inn, but we can do that from anywhere on the map, and that goes into a cooldown. So let's go ahead and use fast travel from point to point. That's going to cost us 10 Azoth, but we have over 200 right now. And we're going to upgrade our gathering tools, at least 1 or 2 of them maybe, based on see how much gold we have. Said North Carolina is definitely on your bucket list. Sense of scale you get standing in front of the turrets is immense. It is, and I was lucky. It was a warm day, but I went first thing in the morning and got to go inside those turrets and stuff and check out all the like computational firing solution computers and stuff upstairs and downstairs. Like, spent as much time as I wanted. No one in my way. It was awesome. Hey, General Tab, good to see you. Yeah, long time no see. It's been almost a year since I've streamed. Did a stream the other night, and I'm picking up on New World, which is Amazon's MMO that launched about a year ago, actually, that I've been playing a lot of, taking a break from ships, actually, that whole time. But I'll probably jump in and play some ships on stream, too, for those of you guys that are still playing that. I was 4 years in on PC ships before I started playing Legends, so 6 years of the same game became a lot. Okay. Hope you're doing well. Hope your family's well. Totally appreciate you coming by. And if you have any questions about this game, let me know. It's a fun one. I don't know if you've played any MMOs or RPGs in the past that are more exploration and adventure based, which is kind of what this is. 17th century exploration to a mysterious island. Okay, so we had multiple quest types that we took on when we left town. We had our main story quest, which is the guiding story that leads you throughout the island to the different zones and ultimately brings you to level 60. Some side stories we've been completing away from town. You used to have to come back to town every time to turn those in. Now you can do a lot of the turning in out in the areas you're questing. And then there's these town projects. So these help buff the town's stations and defenses. We've completed 2. So we're going to turn those in. Still have the boar and the lynx quest, so we could actually kill some boars on the way down if we run down to where the next quest is. When we do those town boards, we get a bunch of experience for leveling up our capabilities in a territory. So each territory has these buffs you can apply when you've done enough work in that territory, in essence, killing enemies, crafting. So standing gain elevates that territorial standing faster. Gathering increases your gathering speed. We're going to do that on this iter, but we'll always take storage if that's available, because storage will become important as we progress to later stages in the game. So you're still playing a whole variety of games? Cool. What's your favorite right now that you're playing? Kind of multiple people that have moved on and are doing something a little different from ships currently. Doesn't mean they won't go back. So I'll probably go back and do some, but just been trying to do some other stuff. But I got sucked into playing this and haven't had much time for other stuff. Okay, looks like we have to go. No, we still haven't finished her quest. We got one upstairs here in the tavern. These can be a little hard to find. It's a multi-story building.
Hello, friend. I hope this day is treating you with... May fortune be with you. Thank you, friend. You have put my mind
More business in investigating the lost.
problems on
These
this island
zombies.
are larger than those I've expected. And one can't use their hand to force resolve.
Okay. Have anything else to turn in? That one's not ready to turn in. So it looks like we've got everything done. We just have to run. We have to run all the way back down here. So let's do this. Let's run through quest 2, get that guy, and then run to this fast travel and jump down. But first things first. Let's see if we can cook some halfway decent food. Travel ration is a better food than what we've been using. Let's cook a boatload of those. This will be our first batch of cooking experience. It's taking us from level 1 to level 12. Oh, RD2. Are they not supporting that anymore? I've heard great things about that game. It's definitely been one. My PC I don't think was going to run it all that well, but I now have a rig that could. Looks like a great game, good story, amazing immersion, right? This game is pretty damn immersive too. I'm going to delete all the weapons I'm not going to use right now. 205. Ooh, that is a way better sword. So we're going to unlock and delete the sword we had. Long sword. Swap it out. We discard these cheaper music pages and keep ones that we think we might be able to sell. Let's equip this better food. And anything on your hotbar doesn't have any weight associated with it. So if you've got heavy items, it's great to just throw them onto your hotbar, and then you can reduce your overall weight you're carrying. And how about this jewelry? Do we get an amulet that's better? 185. No, we got a 280 loaded. 285 con, strength, and slash protection. No, we want to keep divine, which when we use a health potion, it's going to boost how well it works. Or if a healer comes by and heals us, it's going to boost the amount of healing we get from them too. Let's keep that. Keep that for later. Can always delete these later. This is not going to be used again. That one, maybe. Probably not. We'll keep it. And all this stuff we've gathered, we're not going to refine right now. We're just going to throw this stuff into the locker. In New World, all your storage is unified. You can move it between locations, but only locations you've visited. And right now, the only location we've been to is Monarch's Bluff. So it doesn't seem like it's connected, but it all is connected. It's just not one in big pot in one big pot. Minor updates, but Rockstar confirmed they won't be focusing on the game anymore besides that. GTA 6. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by that. I guess money is the issue, right? Money talks. Because I know a lot of people really like that game. GTA is just not really my kind of jam, honestly. My wife and I just did watch all 4 seasons of Ozark, though, so we learned a lot about organized crime. Now I just need to move on to watching Breaking Bad to get... There's a decent amount of drug crime in Ozark, but I think I need to move on to Breaking Bad, right? To learn more about drug crime. Or drug revenue. And organized crime revenue. And politics. I did get a new video card. I got a RTX 3080. And I had a top-of-the-line processor back in the day, so it's still not really bottlenecking my new card. So, but if I go one more upgrade on card, I'm gonna have to upgrade my processor, my motherboard, the whole 9 yards. But I have done some spot upgrades to this system that have improved it quite a bit. At least from the perspective of playing some of these games. Nice to be able to play on higher settings. Did you like Ozark? I thought it was good. No spoilers. No, it's not the happiest ending, but I don't think it would have been with the spirit of the show if it was a happy ending. I don't know how you feel about it. Not naming names or specific events, but I think it was meant to probably finish in a bittersweet way. Thought the acting in that show was fantastic. And not too far-fetched. You know, I hate when shows are like so crazy far-fetched there's no way something would happen that way. Thought they did a pretty good job of riding the line, not making it too out there. Okay, so this is a quick side quest. This is the woman who was standing in the tavern who wanted us to gather flowers and place them on this altar for their lost loved one. And we're back around the starting area where we landed down here in our first stream when our character was brand new. So this area has a bunch of boars. I'm just not seeing any on my tracking, so someone must be running around and killing them. But there's boars over in this central area too, generally. Boars and wolves. Here we go. He's got a blue quest marker above him, which means it's a town board quest objective. And we could just click J for our journal and go post that. So we can keep track. Done 6. We need 2 more. Oh. There's some herbs. These are good for doing potions. And you get spices on the side, which you can use in cooking. And we need to get to 30 really badly so we can harvest motes, which are like currency, raw material currency for all kinds of higher level crafting. Skin that boar. I'm colorblind, so I don't see these all that well, but I'm standing right next to some bushes that are food bushes. These bushes here are just normal, and they'll give you one piece of wood. Sometimes the food ones sneakily blend in to me. These herbs always stand out, easy for me to see. I don't use the colorblind settings on this game like I do on some of the other games I play. Alright, we hit 30. Sweet. Now these motes, which again go into all kinds of things that will make our hearts. Okay, knock down another side quest. So you'll see we get rawhide, pork, and then sometimes we'll get a special item that'll kind of have a little glowing border. And most of those special items are craft mods, so they basically give a certain attribute like strength, constitution, focus to an item, or they imbibe it with a special, imbue it with a special perk, like a weapon perk or an armor perk. You can make gold just by gathering things like herbs in these early stages and selling them for pretty good coin. This is a really good area for gathering this kind of stuff. Okay. I'm just going to grab these on the way to the portal. And we're going to go wreak havoc on some pirates, hopefully. Okay, so we don't have to run all the way here. We'll make a left turn. Let's just mark this. Right-click on that spot on the map. Hey, ya boy, how's it going, man? Are you, you guys have a game today or tomorrow for Newcastle? I know the Chelsea game that my daughter wants to watch is like 5 a.m. our time on Sunday morning. I told her I'm not sure if I'm going to make that one live or watch it with you on replay, because she always watches them like 3 times because we have all the streaming services, so she has to watch them multiple times. Mr. Hitman was by earlier. You can climb a lot of stuff in New World rock faces that don't look like you can climb them. You just basically draw your weapon and you hold down right click while you're jumping. And it helps you grab when you're climbing. Took me a long time to figure that out when I was a new player. One of those, I probably played a couple 100 hours and had no clue about how much stuff you could actually climb if you just drew a weapon and held your right mouse button down. Trying to get to this fast travel. Tomorrow away versus Southampton. Yeah, if you're Pacific time, General, it is. It's before a.m. your time. When I was at my big company job before we moved to a new state, moved out of California, and opened our own business, I used to have... Oh, got a fast travel bug. I used to have a group of people that worked in my department that reported to me, one group in Tokyo and the other in Japan, the other in England, so in London. So to meet with the London crew, we had to be to work extremely, extremely early And then we met with our Tokyo crew really late, or vice versa. I can't remember exactly. Maybe it's the other way around. But very extreme differences in time zones. All right. I think I remember that we need to do this main story quest first. Wolf, I was minding my own business. That was a choice. Yeah, so Premier League games would get early starts in general, unless it's a during the week game. It seems like they start a little later your guys' time. I think those might start, like those weekday games, like Champions League games, like 2 or 3 p.m. But otherwise, we're like between 5 a.m. and probably for the first set of games, and 7 a.m. and then the second set of games will be a couple hours later, obviously. You have a quiet chat with Madar and seems wants to follow Newcastle instead of Chelsea. I think she's too into some of the players on Chelsea now. She's a huge Reece James fan, and he's an amazing player. I honestly think he's... I used to think Trent was one of the best outside backs in the world. He's had some struggles, eh? I think Reece is up there with the best outside backs in the world. It's the position. I've played that position to some degree. My younger daughter plays that position. So just admiring people who can not only be a great defender, but join the attack and cross in such a deadly manner as he does. It's a tough skill set, especially for young players to learn, I think. He does it really, really well. Oh, Trippier, yeah. Is he really topping now? I mean, I watched him more so. Can't remember where he was playing before where he is now. Maybe it was Tottenham. I know he's a good player. I mean, England is a pretty good load of outside backs. Ben Chilwell, obviously. Good player as well on Chelsea. So since we play you guys in the World Cup, right? Side bets on World Cup? I got blown up by that. Powder keg, that was awesome. Okay, let's do a little food buff. It's going to give us a hit of healing, and then it's going to give us some continuous healing. Let's see, we need to destroy the pirate's explosives, burn 3 supplies. But anyway, she really likes Reece James. She really likes Mason Mount. She likes Ben Chilwell, but he would probably be 3rd place. She loves Thiago Silva, who's a freaking legend at his age. Crazy, crazy, crazy. His longevity. Still such a great center back. Okay, we set the ship ablaze. We're burning supplies. I thought there's a pirate commander here that we have to take care of. Maybe we have to come back. And Christian Pulisic, I mean, she likes him, but he's not near the top of her list. She actually has become a real snob with regard to me cheering for an American in the Premier League. And again, he's just not getting the playing time he needs, I think, to develop further. He's only 23, 24 years old. I think he's still got quite a bit of upside. So I personally would love to see him go to Newcastle. You guys have wanted him. I think he'd be a good fit there. And again, I do think he's got a good amount of upside potential and growth. For a period during lockdown, he was Chelsea's best player. But Thomas Tuchel didn't play him a whole lot, and Graham Potter just has a lot of players to work into the rotation. So what's in here? Got a chest. Let's grab this chest. Okay, it was Tottenham. General, I used to watch a ton of baseball. I'm a big Dodgers fan from back in the day. Just since I moved to Idaho, I've really kind of fallen off watching as much both MLB and NBA, which I used to watch a ton of NBA as well. So I gotta kind of multitask here. I'd want to go after this ranged mob first, but she has a shield, so she's harder to take down, so I'll go for the lightly armored pistolier first, and then clean up the shielded person next. Yeah, she's really good. Stickler. Great sword or vault kick are going to be the two ways to try to break that shield down. Went to Tottenham, then Atletico, then now to Newcastle. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Trent right now. Trent has kind of fallen off, I think. It is the defense, right? Yeah, national team, I think, plays probably a little different style than Liverpool. I know Trent's a great crosser. I mean, watching him and Andy Robertson work together when they were at kind of peak Liverpool recently was very impressive. Here's vault kick. That normally will knock them silly and take their shield out of play. Sometimes skewer will work, but I missed it. You'll see me jumping wildly all over the place because the hot causes my cooldown to recharge faster. Sometimes gets me off kilter when I execute my ability. So yeah, I don't know if I can convince her to follow another team. And I don't even know how the Chelsea thing really started. Whether it was the kit. Can't remember which player. Oh, I think it. She liked Kai Havertz from watching the Euros. She started watching Kai Havertz, but then got into the other players. That's what happened. Kai's had his struggles of late. Oh, Gator. Got a Gator and an Anchorman. Anchorman's kind of like a mini boss. Gonna try to dodge him as much as possible when he executes his ability. He's not super well armored, but he carries a good wallop with that anchor, which is essentially a funny skin that's a great hammer. Kind of cool when you attack mobs that use the kind of weapons that the players use. Break the shield, hopefully. No. Heavy attack, there we go. Okay, what do we have left? Oh, we need to work our way towards this cavern. I do not follow MLS much at all. Yeah, I know about Miguel Almiron. Probably not pronouncing it properly. Is he still with Newcastle? Found incredible for right now. Is he playing well? I know he was a huge goal scorer for Atlanta. And then I think he had some adjustment, right? To the difference in competitiveness. Obviously, big step up. I just didn't know what his current form is. This season, I haven't really followed him a whole lot, honestly. Atlanta draws the biggest crowds, or among the biggest crowds in Major League Soccer. They were drawing, when he was there, I think in the realm of 70,000 fans playing in the stadium where the Atlanta Falcons football team plays. General, this is 20 bucks on Steam right now, and there's like a 2-hour trial. You can get your money back if you don't like it. The combat is really simple to pick up because it's only 3 abilities. It's not like League of Legends. But the complexity of how you build armor sets and weapon sets and perks, and there's a lot more to it than meets the eye, especially when you start doing PvP. Okay. So I think we need to work our way up into this cavern up above. So again, I'm going to try to get quick strikes, followed up with abilities. So big quick strike. He hit me and stunned me. I'm going to follow with abilities. Take him out. Try to manage them one at a time if I can. We have a quest item up here. Lore page. Chest. You can just jump out of all kinds of high buildings and mountains and stuff in this game and you will not die. It's really fun. Just make life a little easier. This guy's got a blunderbuss and a warhammer. Blunderbuss, think of a shotgun. Combos well with sword and shield. He cannot score any. 7 goals in 9 games, 4 assists. No kidding. Well, good for him. I mean, he's not an American. I think he's South American, right? But it's just cool to see people move on from MLS and have success. I mean, the league is not obviously even close to being on par, but it has improved a lot. When I was in business school, one of my group members was he was the first CFO of the current iteration of Major League Soccer. It was just getting off the ground. That was like 1996, 97. Grab all these lore notes and chests. Down here on the bottom is our carrying capacity with our current bag setup. We only have 1 of 3 bag slots filled. We'll be able to carry a lot more weight as our character unlocks more slots. This guy, I'm gonna have to come back and kill him again because for some reason he's not showing up on my quest. We stunned him before he could execute his attack. Now I'm just gonna cycle abilities from one weapon to the other because he's a beefy guy. So we'll switch as soon as my cooldowns are up on the other weapon, and then come back and execute another ability attack. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to come back to him. Let's zoom in. Now we have to keep working our way further into the cave. I personally have not watched a ton of MLS this season. I know the championship is like real soon. Just ran in a circle. Nice. Way to go. I think we have to go up this ramp. Sometimes the navigation is not immediately apparent. Well, I'm really glad for you boy. I mean, we talked last year, I know, about the new ownership of Newcastle, but it's just cool to see some new teams, you know, vying for that top 4. What do you think was going to happen with Liverpool? Are they going to be in the top 4? I mean, losing back to back like they did to Nottingham Forest and then Leeds. Gosh, who would have thought? Some people say Jurgen has like a shelf life on his effectiveness when he goes to a club, and maybe he's hit that point where the message just doesn't resonate the same way anymore. Okay. I know if we do this out of order, we're going to wind up having to do stuff over again. So I'm going to try to follow these quest icons kind of closely. Oh, Fatima. This is the lady who had the broken mirror fragments that we collected. She's a lost pirate. Yeah. Cycle abilities. Try to break her shield. The other time you can get these guys that have these ship's wheel and carry a gun and a shield is when they reload their pistol. They're vulnerable. Clear this out. Shaman guys are newer. Yeah, that's the exit point. I'm gonna do him. He's a boss type, but he doesn't have a quest icon on him, unfortunately. Be able to loot his chest. Still, this early, still hard to say Newcastle can slow up, and teams like Liverpool have the ability to go on runs. That is true. Gotta sort their midfield though, huh? Seems like that's really where they lack depth that they've had in past years, past periods. Okay, we need to loop back and curve around now. How do we get there? Again, for these soft-bodied enemies like this, quick jab, jab ability. Oh, she's chasing him. Then followed up with abilities. If we need to switch to the other weapon, we can. Come on. And then we can execute some finishing attacks. Here we go. A lot of hitting power with that combination slash. Oh yeah, there's two bosses here. One of the complaints on this game is that the mobs can be kind of copy-paste, at least prior to this new re-release of the whole questing experience in the first half of the game and release of this new big desert territory. They introduced some new mob types in all the areas, so more variety of mobs that you're fighting, more variety in the architecture of the towns, and the quests just flow a lot better. Okay, we need to find that exit. Stunned her with Vault Kick to break her shield. And then we just use Perforate, that quick 3-strike ability, to lay on some thick damage. These weapons are like just starting out. They're going to get much better as we put more points on them. They progress. There's the exit. Where are you originally from? Right now in Idaho, I guess your closest team would be Seattle and Portland. Actually, Portland's a little closer, so I probably follow the Timbers more than anybody. The club that I've coached in the last 12 years before this hiatus with coaching, we're affiliated with the Portland Thorns and the Portland Timbers, the girls and boys sides. In fact, this boy who's my daughter's age, he's basically left high school and gone to do school in residence like a European academy with the Portland Timbers, which has been really cool for him. His name's Grayson, and he's on invite list now. Got to go on a tour. I can't remember exactly where, but got to go on a tour with the U.S. like under 17 or under 16 national team from our little Idaho town, Boise. And we've got one woman on the U.S. women's national team who's from our club as well, named Sofia Huerta, who plays for Seattle Reign, but she is an outside back for the U.S. national team right now. So, yeah, the closest would be Portland. I have followed Seattle. I've been to a Portland Thorns game. I've been to Seattle Sounders game, which is cool. They draw really good crowds too. Downtown Seattle is where the stadium is. They play in the football stadium, which isn't as intimate as the soccer-only stadiums they built here, but great crowd. They've followed them for a long time. They have the whole downtown meetup with bands and drinks and then march to the stadium through blocked off streets. So that's really fun. And, your boy, what was cool this summer, so Chelsea and, other teams, Man United, I can't remember who else exactly, Arsenal, did their U.S. tour. So Chelsea came and played in Las Vegas, and that's not that far from us. It's a 2.5-hour flight or a 14-hour drive, but we just, my older daughter and I, the Premier League fan, we did basically a commando mission, flew out the morning of the game. I got really cool box seats in the Raiders stadium, which is enclosed. It was hot, but the Raiders stadium is enclosed. It's gorgeous. We got club level seats and access to the special restaurants and boxed seats area. I've never paid that much for a ticket. It wasn't insane, but it was like a fifth or a tenth of what they charge for football. But we got really cool seats, field level, basically near the midfield, the half line, and got to watch Chelsea play Club America, which is one of the popular Mexican teams from Liga MX. And the Mexican fans were just raucous the entire game. And there was a ton of Chelsea fans there, both expats and U.S. Chelsea fans. Really cool atmosphere. So that was neat. She got to go to actually see Chelsea live and kept saying, oh, look at those players. They're actually here. So it was pretty tremendous. Really fun experience. Newcastle had a player from Seattle. Oh, DeAndre Yedlin. Yeah, of course. He's a U.S. national team player in the last cycle. Well, we missed the last cycle 2 cycles ago. He was pretty young and was kind of our up-and-coming outside back at that point in time, I think. He's a little bit past his prime now, but I know he's still...
So she spoke the truth after all.
Fringe U.S. national team, possibly going to make the team for the World Cup as a veteran. And I can't remember where he is right now. I know he's not in one of the top 2 or 3 leagues, but I know he's still playing pro in Europe.
They're fortified in his ancestral home across the water. Corbin.
Yeah, General, that trip was so cool. We did the game, flew in that morning, did the game, and then flew out early the next morning. So it was literally 24 hours in town.
Yes.
But it was really fun.
We need a plan. They have
so hey, here's the knight that was in disguise at that fort that we attacked. She's now decided to rejoin being a knight and going to get to the bottom of this politician who's spreading this disease that's turning people into zombies in this area of our starter zone, Monarch's Bluff. We need to destroy the staff that he's using in combination with these tablets to turn people into zombies.
Makes sense.
Yeah, seeing your team play in person, there's really nothing like it. And I grew up in Los Angeles, so I got to go to a lot of Lakers games. My aunt worked for the Lakers for 30 years. Got to see a lot of Dodger games. Did go see the Galaxy play a couple times, and actually in the old major outdoor soccer league when I was a kid, it was the Forerunner U.S. League. I saw like Johan Cruyff play, Pele play. George Best was on our team, the LA Aztecs. I don't know if you remember him, but it was really cool back then to see some of the legends of FIFA, the video game, actually play in person when I was a youngster, like 8 or 9 years old, playing youth soccer. We lived in a town called Arcadia, which is Southern California, and right next to it is Pasadena, where the Rose Bowl is, where a big college football game is held every year, and a big parade called the Rose Parade. So we got to go to the Rose Bowl to see the Aztecs play, where that's where they played, and that's where actually the current LA team plays. The Galaxy, well, played before they got their own stadium built. Bay Area General tab, you have the San Jose Earthquakes, I think, is the main team in that area that's been around for quite a while. Yeah, I know I'm sure there's another one too by now. But the Earthquakes are the one that I know that have been around for quite a while and have a good following. Let's see if we knocked anything off the town board. Oh, we killed our boars. Could grab 10 turkeys while we're out and about next, because they're pretty easy to skewer with our spear. So let's post that, pin that so we don't forget about it. And we gotta go down. Downstairs to turn in. Oh, that was quest 2. That was the flower quest. She's hanging out in the saloon, I believe. This is a cool new addition to New World. In the last update, they added musical instruments. It's kind of a stripped-down guitar hero. You can learn musical trade skill. Where is he? Oh, he's up here. Or you can play in a band of up to 4 people with different instruments. These guys are struggling. All the missed notes you can hear. When you get 4 people jamming together, the songs are actually really well done. Or there's some really cool solo guitar music. And if you tip the musician, you get a buff. I actually don't have music capability yet. I have it on my 2 other characters on different servers. But you play different songs at different levels, and you can give your character a buff for an hour or more for gathering expertise or experience gains, that sort of thing. It's pretty fun. Game within a game. Rumor has it that David Beckham's Miami team are trying hard to recruit both Lionel Messi and Ronaldo. Yeah, that is the same thing we're hearing over here. You know, they got, well, Zlatan was here before, but they got Christian Bale recently. And then with Christian Bale is the Italian center back. I can see his face, blanking on his name. You know, the MLS and the league, the Forerunner League, Major Outdoor Soccer League, would always get these amazing pros at the end of their careers. And I know that's still what's going to happen with superstars for quite some time in my lifespan. But it's getting better. The level of play is definitely getting better. Okay, we're going to delete all these green and common, it's gray-black is common weapons that we're not going to use. Open this little potion pouch. Mana's for regenerating magical strength. Regeneration regenerates both mana and health, and then health potions just regenerate your hit point pool. Definitely hang on to those. Get rid of all this armor we don't need. When we start getting better stuff, we'll actually put it on the market to sell. 6 con, 4 strength. We're actually going to equip that one. We're going to delete this. Gunslinger, 6 strength, 4 focus. We don't want that. We're not using focus or intelligence. Those are for the magical weapons. Focus con. Don't need that. 10 focus. Con focus. Lots of magical armor, essentially. And we know we don't need that. Okay. Yeah, they may get messy from what I've heard. And, well, Ronaldo, he's getting maybe to the end of his Premier League stint. The question will, he would, I think, be a viable player to stay in the Premier League for multiple more years if he'd accept a off-the-bench type of role and not be a starter. But I'm not sure he has that patience in him. Okay, can we go make some potions? Because we're really hurting on potions. The music is cool. I ground the music hard on my initial character until I maxed it out. Jump up, we want to actually make some stuff. Okay. In the arcane repository, we can make magical weapons, which are void gauntlets, ice gauntlets, fire staff, and life staff. Or we can make health potions. It's a two-step process. You have to make what's called alkahest. Use the alkahest to make potions, but we need water. The bummer is this city does not have a river running through it like some. So collecting water is more of a challenge. So we have to go to the well. And we can only get so much water. So we have a limited number of potions we can make here unless we've stockpiled a bunch of water while we're near a stream or a lake, which we didn't do. You only get one pull. Looks like we can make a few potions. Let's see what we can do. Combine this with our hyssop, which are the herb plants we've been harvesting. This will get us some arcane expertise, which we were at 0. We're still 0? That's pretty sucky. Weak health potion. And that's why we were collecting these guys, those petal caps. Level 1 Arcana. That wasn't great. Better than nothing, I guess. Those are weak. These are common. Common's stronger than weak, so we'll keep these in reserve if we run out of common health potions. Stocked up on food. Let's maybe make one more quick run. We leveled up, so we're gonna buff our characteristics. And this is where our weapons are influenced. So strength and dexterity basically influence weapons like melee weapons and firearms. And then intelligence also influences musket and blunderbuss, as well as strength on blunderbuss and dexterity on musket. And then focus is purely for 2 magical weapons. And intelligence, outside the rapier, musket, and blunderbuss, it mainly influences the magical weapons. So I'm not doing a magical or mage build right now, so I'm just not adding anything to focus or intelligence. I'm putting it all into dexterity and strength. So as we grow these bars, we have the chance to get perks along the way and just increase our weapon damage output. And then putting points into con is going to give us more of the health pool. All right. I think we're just going to run over here, grab this fast travel, and set up here. And that's where we'll pick up on our next stream. Or we'll do some ships on a stream. Yeah, boy, I was interested to hear Mr. Hitman said he's not. He uninstalled ships. Uninstalled World of Warships, which I was, again, probably not super surprised. I know how many hours he's put into that game over a short period of time. And he'll probably come back to it, I would guess. But I know we're all a little fed up with wargaming. And this is the least pay-to-win game I've ever played. The only thing you can buy for cash money are transfers between servers or cosmetics. Skins. There's no premium weapons with special attributes. There's no premium armors with special attributes. You have to earn all those in-game. Alright, let's see where we gotta roll here. For next time, we're gonna attack this really cool castle out here on the water. That's insane. Really neat. Well done. We'll get a view of it as we come through this area. And this is the main settlement. If we use our color filters, there's 3 factions in the game. We're not high enough level to join one yet. The Marauders, the Covenant, and the Syndicate. And that's these different colors you see here. You actually battle each other in PvP to take control of these territories, and owning territories has benefits that accrue to the company that owns the territory and the factions to some degree. Level 17, I think, is when we can actually join a faction. So we're getting to the point where we can go to the area where you get the quests. Maybe we'll do that in the next stream to join a faction. These guys are super low level, so it can be way easier to kill than the guys we've been dealing with. In the last few places we were. Pretty notorious for getting distracted and just killing mobs or gathering stuff, going from point to point. 2 for 1. Kill one guy on the first slash and kill the second, or get close to it on the third. If you sheathe your weapon, it lowers the chance you're gonna attract the attention or aggro these mobs when you're running by. Lower level areas like this, you can run by mobs pretty closely. They're not gonna wake up, but the higher levels you go into, higher level regions, each time you move along the main quest line to another region, they escalate in difficulty. And the higher you get, the more the mobs get irritated even when you're in the general vicinity. So you're going to be fighting a lot of clusters of enemies as you get higher up. Let's mark this waypoint. Now we already get a little further out of town. These guys are much higher level. But our greatsword's getting more efficient. More note and chest. As we progress higher, we'll start getting armor and weapons that are blue, purple, and orange. And those are the higher quality weapons with more perks on them. Higher damage output per level. There's 5 tiers of weapons. There we collected a music page. Let's see what we have not learned yet. That one's new. That one's new. That one we already had. Hey, buddies. The only thing with the greatsword attacks is you have to land them a little more precisely. The big downward slashing attacks and the upward slash. This castle. This was not here when the game was launched. It's completely new. You didn't really learn about the lore. You didn't have these really cool quest lines in the first 25 levels. A lot of people bought their way through leveling just by doing the town board quests. Just buying stuff off the trading post and going to the town board and fulfilling those quests and leveling up with gold, essentially. Drove a lot of bad behaviors. You can't do that anymore the way they've structured things or do it efficiently at all. All right. It's pretty late my time. This might be a good time to do this, though, with less people out and about. They're waving at us. Okay, this will give us a chance to bring together the stuff we've been doing this evening, so let's at least dip our toe in this point of interest. We need to talk to some folks. We need to talk to some folks outside before we enter. We don't want to go do all that and then have to go back and do it again because we forgot to talk to an NPC. Okay, here's our knight friend.
Well,
Priscilla.
Here we are. This is the moment of truth. If we fail here, the lost will overrun Pridewind and everyone in it. I don't know what defenses this tower possesses, but it is clearly well fortified. Your courage is unquestionable, and I've witnessed your prowess in battle. Thank you. I will defend this position to ensure none come to the castle's defense, and that Locknir does not escape. Defeat those villains. Destroy
So
that
hey, we
damn
just got...
staff. And
we
reclaim
don't get
the
it
crown.
until we're done with this quest, but we get a better greatsword. Alright, so let's think about our tactics we've talked about. We're going to try to lead in with a surprise attack. Then start cycling through our abilities. And switch from one weapon to another. Oh, we got an interesting drop? No, it's a common drop. We'll see. And cycle between weapons so we can go through sets of abilities against stronger enemies. Looks like there's been some activity in here. Hey, we've unlocked the level where we can own a house in this territory. We'll talk more about that as time goes on. Definite benefits to owning a house. Okay, sneak attack. Ability 1. Ability 2. Switch weapons. Cycle abilities on the second weapon. And we're gonna dodge. Sweet. Okay, let's help this guy out. Oh, we need to kill him. That's Lord Locknir turned into a lost. Got his staff. Okay, we have 2 weapon upgrade points, so it's these guys are gonna respawn right on top of us probably. Upgrade our spear. What do we want? It's another cooldown skill that will make our weapon recharge faster. Yeah, and we want this one. Adds a downward slash to our initial opening attack that we like to use. Okay, where's the next quest icons? They're up above there. I guess we can go in already. Watch out for the boiling oil. It's awesome. You can use boiling oil in wars and invasions, which are the kind of end-game PvP and PvE content. Kill the archer first. We wind up getting the other guy because we have a wide swing on this weapon. Now we get a downward slash after the initial upward slash on that first opening ability. Basically doubles its effectiveness. The upward slash weakens them, so they absorb more damage. Second slash hits them hard. Got a quick little dodge in between those two moves. He's armored, so Greatsword's going to do a little more damage against him. No shield, though. Always storage, if we can. Got a side quest. Quest inside the quest. Maybe located somewhere else. And I think we're close to... Close to a boss fight. Sir Gawain. Minion of Lochmere. I'm gonna lead with that opening skyward slash because it is the weakening skill. So I remember the way this works. We have to eliminate these side statues. He's immune as long as they're active. I'm gonna take a snack while we're transition here. Skewer will put a bleed, great damage over time effect. Take a potion. Gotta take these guys down again. Ah. Hide behind it. Dude, you're late. We did most of the work. Now we gotta destroy the corrupted altar. Alright, we took out our first decent sized boss. Almost all by ourselves. Really cool castle. And if I just kind of remark on how our combat power is versus the start of the evening, we got killed and we had our potions in the wrong spaces on the hotbar. Way better performance from our weapons and armor. Such a cool side quest and main quest addition to the opening leveling. And she's going to give us a cool great sword.
I think I've been holding my breath since you departed. Or at least it feels that way. Tell me, did you defeat Sir Gawain and destroy Lochnear's infernal slaves?
Yes,
to
we did.
whatever gods are at your back. I feel like I'm waking from a long nightmare. My thrill at learning of the true heir's return was only matched by the horror of learning what he had become.
Speaking of Sir Gawain.
After this, perhaps we should consider abandoning this obsession with restoring the royal bloodline. Yes. Oh, Jay is
She
bound
basically
by
wants
her
to go
duty.
away from the current bloodline
She'd
and
make
put
an
someone more
excellent
responsible
queen,
in charge
but
of
she
this
can't even
territory.
imagine such a thing. Yes. We'll speak to the people. We'll tell them the truth about Lochnear and the heir. The crown deserves to be worn by a noble ruler. A ruler like Jay. I'll see you in Brightman.
So basically one of the NPCs we've met is who she wants to put in charge. So what are we getting here? This is the thing I'm happiest about. We spent 100 gold on this guy. And comparatively, if we look now, we're going to get 60 more damage per strike off this Noble Cleaver. One of our first named weapons. So first thing I'm going to do is hold down the L key, left click it to lock it. We'll swap that out. And hang on to this other one just because we paid for it. And it has Ancient Bane. It works well against Ancients. But already now, this one has 13, plus 13 strength. This only has plus 8 dex. Not worth keeping. We don't want a mage breastplate. Can we start pulling some better armor? Oh, this one has luck on it. Luck actually helps you when you're opening chests or killing bosses with regard to getting better drops. So that one might be saleable on the trading post. Not going to keep that. Miner's gloves we want to keep. These harvesting gloves increase our chance at finding better quality items when you break a rock or harvest something. Those craft mods or higher tier materials can basically can proc when you're harvesting with these gloves on. All right, well, can port back to town now. There are turkeys around here, but I'm too tired to kill 10 of them. Tracking turkeys on our radar, little silhouettes. Oh, we missed. Spear works really good for killing turkeys. If you don't have a ranged weapon, ranged weapons work really good too. Against the venison, the deer, the elk, the bison that you'll see, it's going to be a much better choice to use a ranged weapon if you can of some power, because they'll run away from you when you attack them. Let's try this greatsword out. You can just feel the difference in attacking power now that we're getting a little bit of the skill tree filled out and getting a weapon with higher base damage. Not even close to how it felt earlier when we had no skills and a really low tier weapon. Cruise up to this portal. Hey, yeah, boy, I'm almost getting off too. So, hey, have a great one. Good luck. Good luck in your guys' game. Catch up with you. Thanks again for coming by. It's always appreciated, man. It's always good to talk to you. So hope you have a great weekend. If I don't see you again. Again, good luck. I'll be cheering for Newcastle. Again, I think it'd be a good landing spot for my guy. Take care, my friend. Have a good one. All right, we are at the portal. Let's dismiss these guys. As we escalate against higher tier enemies, we'll also earn more weapon XP each time we kill something, and it will level these weapons a lot faster than kind of starter territory that we're in. We'll just use our in recall. See ya, General. Great seeing you too, man. Hey, thanks so much for coming by. Hope you have a good night. I know it's late for you too. Take care of yourself. Hope to see you again soon. And again, just thanks for spending some time. It was great. Great seeing a lot of you guys again. I appreciate you coming back after all this time. It's been awesome. Have a great one. And that's going to be it. We're going to finish up right where we started, standing by this locker. So really, in summary, we talked a little bit about, you know, PVE combat from some gear choices, good weapon combos, hatchet melee, hatchet with comboed with something like spear or with warhammer or great axe. We didn't show playing with those tonight, but those are good combinations. I'm really loving this spear greatsword combination. You can pair life staff with any melee weapon, and you can pair hatchet with a lot of other weapons as well. They're all good PvE options when you're soloing out in the first stages of New World. So we'll talk more about just PvE strategies, breaking down bigger mobs, bigger bosses, bigger enemies as we continue to venture forth on our journey here in Aeternum. So thank you so much for joining us. Have a great night, you guys, and we'll see you next time. This is VannKraken, and I am out.